Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Let me start by apologizing for a little bit of a delay. The DM just arrived. We're having a 15 minutes briefing. I think it's going to be finished in the next 10 minutes. Then the DM and the delegation, they will then move this side. So just give us far less than 10 minutes. They'll be here. Then we can start with the business of the day. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm going to ask that we all take our seats. There's extra seats this side. If you're finding yourself standing at the back and you're looking for a seat, all right, just one announcement before the DM walks in. When the DM walks in, I'm going to ask that we all just stand and the mayor as they take their seats on the stage. Are we all in agreement? All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Florence Msundwa, and for my sins in this industry, I run a conference called the Road Freight SME Summit. It's at its third year, so it's a conference for transport operators. And I also run a podcast for transport operators. So that is how I find myself here today. I'm an entrepreneur. And could we please stand up and welcome the DM? Thank you. You may take your seats. Good morning. I will greet you once again. My name is Florence Msundwa, and I have the honors of being your program director for the next 2 days for the MSME conference that is hosted by Cross Border Agency and the Guha Developmental Agency. Let me start first by greeting the DM and all the esteemed guests, representatives from government, the private sector, developmental partners, and most importantly, the freight operators and entrepreneurs who keep the wheels of our economy running. Can you please give yourselves a round of applause? Just to scan the room, I would like to find out how many entrepreneurs are in the room. Who are truck operators in the room? Just raise up your hands. I don't see them high enough. We are here for this. All right. There's a lady that says this. That's great. Before I proceed with my opening remarks, and I am aware, but obviously one of the colleagues have already just given an apology of us starting late. I always find it very important that before we open up, it's very important for us to hear from the delegates what they are expecting in these next 2 days, so that every speaker that comes onto the podium, every speech, every presentation, it is not speaking to the people, but speaking with the people. And with that, I'm going to ask 3 brave transport operators just to raise up your hands. I'm going to ask for a roaming mic. Just let us know what your expectations are for the next 2 days. Why are you here? And what are you hoping you leave with by end of day 2? Or what are you hoping we accomplish in these next 2 days that will help you take your operation a step further, that will help you build a sustainable business? Who is brave enough? I know the DM is here and people might be nervous. Can I see who's brave enough? One, thank you. Second one. There's a third one, and then the fourth one. Thank you so much. Sir, please stand up, introduce yourself, tell us what your business does and what your expectations are for the following 2 days.
Good morning, my name is Tyron. We are a company based in Joburg. Transport, security, risk management. I think the main focus on the next 2 days is just to collab, meet people, introduce, and work with each other.
All right, so you're hoping that you meet potential partners that you can collaborate with.
Partners, clients, friends, whatever, all of it.
Thank you so much. This gentleman that in the blue here, I'm going to write them down, and end of day 2, I'm going to check if we have met these objectives. You, sir, yes. If you can stand up, just tell us about your business and your expectations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Voice. I own a company called Voice Express based in Bloemfontein. We transport mining commodities and agricultural goods all over the country. I hope that in the next coming 2 days, it's more of what my friend there says, the networking. And secondly, just to have the information which the Department of Transport has, the future plans, and where they think they are steering transport in our country, where they are steering it to, because we must be honest, as big transporters, we are all worried and concerned with where the future and how the future of transportation looks in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The last gentleman at the back, just raise up your hand.
Good morning, my name is Tshepo Mbikai. I'm from Mabaraka Logistics, and we specialize in cross-border transport along the SADC region. So I came here, what I'm looking for in this conference is to network, build relationships, and to see what the cross-border transport agency's plans are for the youth as well. And yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. The DM is asking for a brave lady to share their expectations for the next 2 days. So I do know there's female entrepreneurs in the space. Please just raise up your hand. That lady there at the corner, ma'am, could you please? Thank you.
I'm Ida Rigo from Lady Brand, also a transport company, and also looking to see what the cross-border for us going into the neighboring countries. And yeah, and to make friends and know people. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. With that, I'm going to ask that we all stand. We're going to be singing the national anthem. I believe we're going to get a cue from the technical team at the back with the sound. And from there, we'll do the opening remarks. Who's this? He's just giving us the headlines of the day. We will follow the lady that will be singing. Thank you so much.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Morena buluka si chaba sa Jesus die blauw van ons heem, die diepte van ons Heer, waar ons weggebeeld is, van die kranse aanvoer Heer, sounds a call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Thank you very much. Earlier on, I was introducing myself, but some people were not in the room when I did introduce myself. My name is Florence Musundu, and I'm an entrepreneur. I consider myself a knowledge creator. I am the convener of the Road Freight SME Summit. I am proud to say one of the leading, if not the leading platform for SMEs in this space. And also I'm the host of my own podcast focusing in this industry called On the Road podcast, which is sponsored by FNB and West Bank. The 3 or 4 colleagues that gave us the expectations for these 2 days spoke to what I believe is building access. What you come to know as an entrepreneur is it doesn't matter how hard you can work, you need to build access. And you build access through networks, you build access through knowledge, you build access also through collaboration. So that is what we will definitely try to facilitate, or I will try to facilitate for the next the next 2 days. It is both a privilege and a necessity that we gather here at the MSME conference for the freight operators and cross-border road transport industry, hosted by the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency in partnership with Kucha Development Corporation. We do so under the powerful and relevant theme, unlocking the potential of MSMEs, driving innovation, growth, and resilience. There is more to this theme, ladies and gentlemen. It is a call of action. And with that, we're going to start off our program for the day. I am going to ask for opening remarks from I think we're starting with Dr. Bono, the chairperson of the board. Am I correct? Yeah, so I will ask Dr. Bono to please come on stage, who is the chairperson of the board of Kucha Developmental Corporation, whom will be followed by the chairperson of the cross-border agency, and then we'll get a keynote address from our deputy minister. Could we please welcome him on stage? I believe he's already here.
Deputy Minister Hlengwa, the Acting Executive Mayor, Mr. Van Niekerk, Councillor Mafaya, the Chairperson of C-BRTA Board, Advocate Mangojwa, Honorable partners, entrepreneurs joining us, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I love these black podiums. They tend to cover my problems than having to talk from where I'm seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you to the Kucha Vulindlela village to open this important gathering, the 2025 MSME conference and workshop hosted in partnership between us, Kucha, and the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. To us, this is far more than a conference. It's a strategic milestone. It gives life to our formal agreement which the CBRTA and ourselves signed and shared a mission to build capacity, strengthen MSMEs, and unlock opportunities in transport and the logistics sector. One might ask, why have we brought this conference to Kucha? We don't just offer a venue, but we think this for us is certainly a strategic development partnership. Through the SEZ, National Infrastructure Projects, skills training, and enterprise support, we drive inclusive growth and job creation across the country and the continent at large. This particular facility, which is Vulindlela, is a story of transformation on its own. Once a worker accommodation and now a hub of hospitality, conferencing, and enterprise. It mirrors the journey of our MSMEs, which is resilience, evolving, and full of potential. Over the next 2 days, this platform will tackle key barriers facing MSMEs, strengthen partnerships, and spark innovation in a sector critical to regional trade. With over 100 stakeholders present, the message for this conference is clear. Collaboration works. On behalf of the CDC board, I want to thank you for your commitment to progress. Together, we are unlocking potential and building a resilient and inclusive economy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kucha and welcome to Endless Possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you for also giving us the hashtag already. If you can follow the pages of the Cross-Border Agency and also Kucha on LinkedIn or any other social media platforms, just say hashtag collaboration works. That will be our hashtag. I am told that we do have a representatives to do the welcoming remarks by the acting mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. Sir, can you please, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Program Director, Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable Shlengwa, C-BRTA Board Chairperson Advocate Sonwabele, all board members and C-BRTA executives, Kucha Development Corporation Board Chairperson, all board members and officials, esteemed panelists, all presenters, participant MSME, sector delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Cross-border transport is a critical leverage for the facilitation of trade and commerce regionally and globally. It is a vein in the body of the South African economy. It enables connection with international markets and is therefore a crucial lever for the growth of the local economy. As a Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, we acknowledge the strategic importance of supporting the MSME sector in local and regional trade. Our recent programs in the month of June express the municipality's commitment in fostering growth and economic development. This conference will enable us to gain insights on the nature of support that needs to be provided to emerging entrepreneurs, as well as on opportunities and challenges of MSMEs to enable them to flourish in this sector. We must never forget why we as local government are there, which is to make sure that you flourish at the end of the day. Through this platform, we will get better appreciation of the strategic choices that we need to make to engage with critical conversations in the cross-border transport sector space, including on operational efficiency, regulatory compliance, regional trade integration, as well as innovation and inclusive growth. We appreciate the opportunity to engage in this space, which we see as an intervention aimed, amongst others, at increasing participation in the economy across sectors, including the cross-border transport sector. This is how we will create employment, reduce poverty, and close the inequality gap. We can start in a small way by using the state resources at our disposal. We recognize our role to support the MSME sector players to leverage the state capacity to effect social and economic transformation. As part of the preparation for the forthcoming G20 summit, the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality has had the opportunity and privilege to host a series of preparatory engagements and working group meetings. These instances of how we can continue to benefit from the sector as an enabler of tourism, among many other components of our economy value chain. A few months back on April 10th, we successfully hosted 200 guests from the world's leading economies, guest nations, and international communities on behalf of the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, working in collaboration with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. The occasion was the G20 Second Digital Economy Working Group meeting. The working group deliberated on the theme of artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation for sustainable development. 2 months earlier, on 18th February, we had successfully hosted the G20 technical meeting, which was held under the theme, Living and Working in an Unequal World, Ensuring Decent Work and Decent Lives. Last page. This is in addition in addition to the municipality having recently hosted the World Under-20 Rugby Festival, and as you may know, that was just the preparation, and the very same junior Springboks then went on to win the World Cup as well. But as I was saying, this is in addition to the municipality having recently hosted the World Under-20 Rugby Festival, as well as the most recent international rugby match, where we successfully hosted the Springboks against Italy. In conclusion, we commit to remain engaged and to collaborate. I think that word collaborate has been mentioned at least 10 times already, across the spheres and with the participant agencies and the local SME sector to ensure that those in the margins of development and economic opportunity are not left behind as we travel this road to connect with, collaborate, and strengthen the role of MSMEs in cross-border transport. Once more, I welcome all of you, and I would like to take this moment to wish you and a productive engagement over the following 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for those opening remarks, and congratulations on what you have managed to do in underneath the presidency of South Africa with the G20. Ladies and gentlemen, I took off this truck without doing safety protocols. I just did a crime in road safety. So with that, I'm going to ask to just put my truck on the side, pause a bit, and ask that we do safety protocols. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. Greetings to the DM and the Mayor. My name is Kanyam Lauli, and I am the Health and Safety Officer within the Sustainability Business Unit here at Kucha. So because your safety is our priority here, I just want you to give you a few precautions so that you can have a safe and fruitful engagement here. We don't want you to live with incident reports. We want you to... Yeah, so I'll start with our emergency protocol. I can confirm that today we don't have any drill that is planned. So if you hear a sound of an alarm, just take that as a real emergency. Our trained and appointed emergency team will assist you with the procession out of the building. Our exits, we have 2 exits. That is our primary exit, and that is our secondary one there at the back. You will then exit this building, and you will go through use the pathway to our emergency assembly point that is marked. It is behind the panic station when you go towards the reception area. But like I said, we do have people that will assist you with the procession out of the building. Please remain there and wait for instructions, either from our ship personnel or from our security, to tell you if it is safe to come back and what is happening. If you don't feel well or feel ill or see any member that is in distress, please notify our colleagues. And luckily for us today, we do have an emergency medical response team that is on site. They will assist you with that. If you need to use the smoking area, we do have a smoking area behind the building. You can use that door to exit at the back. And then on your left side, it is labeled smoking area. If you need to use ablution facilities, I know it's far, guys, on the side, but we only have these ablution facilities on your left side. We have female toilets on your left, and then male toilets on your right. Do you have any questions? No questions yet. You'll find me when there's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move right along with our first session, which is the opening session. I'm going to ask for the chairperson of the C-BRTA board to come on stage and just give us the purpose of the conference. Advocate, the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. The chairperson of Kucha here was talking about the mic and the positioning of this podium. And I think it's also not positioned for tall people like me. So I have to just adjust it a bit for the Deputy Minister as well, because we belong to that league. Yeah, thank you very much. The Deputy Minister, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa. Of course, we're going to have the MSC, but just greeting and absentia. Mr. Ngata, and as well as the Deputy Mayor, but he corrected me to say that I'm not a Deputy Mayor, I'm acting Mayor. You know, so he can do some, bit of reshuffling if he wants to. And chairperson of the board, Dr. Bono, that is of Kucha, Dr. Bono. Of course, the leadership of Khoi and San people, which know that Mr. Martin is here, but of course, knowing that he's also the advisor of the deputy or the acting mayor, these are owners of the land, so we always acknowledge them. And the management, first of all, my fellow board members who are here, this front seat, the board members of the C-BRTA that I'm leading, and together with the management is led by the CEO, Mr. Mboy, and of course the entire executive team and management of Kucha, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can I say good morning? Ne? Yes, and you must be sure about that in case it's afternoon. Yeah. On behalf of the board, executive and management teams of a cross-border agency, please allow me to extend heartfelt gratitude to the Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa, for taking the time out of his busy schedule to be part of this conference, to acknowledge that DM. DM is no stranger here, more especially to this area called, a place called Gqeberha, but also Kucha in particular. This place is supposed to be called Ngquga, actually. It's a corrected name called Kucha, you know, and I hope that that at some point will be corrected, like you're correcting others, so that we're used to call these names. Your presence and Deputy Minister and anticipated discussions will give this conference its unique character. With this, I would like to indicate that as the C-BRTA, we are looking forward to a robust discussion and positive inputs to the issues that will be discussed during this program of 2 days. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have convened this small and medium enterprise conference to address key challenges. Now we're delving into why we're here. What are these challenges? The opportunities and as well as industry development that affect the small business, as a sector. This conference is anchored on the theme, unlocking the potential of MSMEs, driving innovation, growth, and resilience. And it is precisely for this reason that it aims to provide a platform for small business or small businesses in cross-border road transport industry to discuss issues affecting them. In addition, it will also highlight key industry developments that are crucial for transforming small business in transport and logistics sector. You know that the issue of cross-border, we have actually, as a board, realized that amongst the communities or people of South Africa in general, it's an unknown sector. And yet it's actually contributes a lot to the socio-economic development. So we want to take the borders away to the people. And how do we do that? You know, Deputy Minister, if you can do a roll call of people in the construction industry, they can march alone in a stadium, you know, and you can address a massive meeting in a full of F&B stadium, actually, of constructors and people in security. You even know, actually, Mr. Minister, that even when I ask somebody, it was great, I'm grade 5 GP. I don't even know that, but I've heard people talk about grade 5 GP. GP or what, civil transport, because it's too much. It's oversaturated. Now, we actually saying that there's a space for a sector like this one. You will hear actually, Mr. Minister, very interesting figures that actually show that this sector, you still have to see SMMEs participating in it. As part of the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency industry development efforts over the strategic period, 2021 to 2025, the agency aimed to realize a 5% increase in the participation of historically disadvantaged groups, more specifically women, youth, and people with disabilities, and fright cross-border road transport industry by March 2025. Before this, the agency had conducted a baseline study, very interesting results in 2020, which revealed that out of 3,770 freight operators that had permits, only 233, which is 6%, were women, and 9%, which is 3%, were youth, with no permits issued to people with disabilities. It is that which we want to change by calling this conference. Now, to address these imbalances and challenges, the C-BRTA developed and implemented the industry development strategy, focusing on creating awareness of business opportunities in the cross-border industry, improving market access, and providing support to historically disadvantaged industry, key interventions undertaken by C-BRTA include the following. What are these? Hosting information sharing sessions to raise awareness about opportunities in the cross-border road transport. As I said, Deputy Minister, I was reading, last night a study by, small business development. It was conducted by Competitions Commission in 2000, which shows the level of concentration in the economy of South Africa. Only 2 white companies are supplying steel all over South Africa. 2. In the area of building, which is a big construction as well as mining, only 2. And if you look at all of these, 95% of black people are to be found in informal sector. 95% are to be found in informal sector. This is actually what you need to correct. The ownership of business by young people, compared to other frontline states, or can I say middle-income economies, South Africa, you still have less than 6% ownership by youth between age 15 and 30. It means that we don't have young owners in the economy. But in other countries, that figure is more than 26% of owners, people who are owners, not just employed. You have young people between 15 and 35 years. Now, what do we intend to do? We want to ensure collaboration with industry stakeholders, organizing market access initiatives to facilitate access to contracts for startups. That's where people, they become startups and then they exit. People don't grow. On the supply side, you don't find them. This is actually what is in the startups. Why people fail in startups? Because of what? Regulatory issues and then so forth, your tax clearance and many other things. They don't even know, they're not even yet in the industry. They are failed because of, those, can I say, compliance issues, tax, and people don't actually go to the other side of the value chain. Now, we want to ensure that, I know, the most, Deputy Minister, elephant in the room, funding access. That we want to ensure that you facilitate access to funding opportunities to support historically disadvantaged individuals through relationships created with finances. Like the gentleman said here, I want to know, I want to introduce myself, that I'm here. Now, Deputy Minister, the outcome of these interventions will be outlined by yourself, Honorable Deputy Minister, when you deliver the keynote address later on. Ours is just to paint the picture and say, why are we here? Now, the agency developed an incubation strategy which provides a comprehensive support framework for emerging operators. As part of implementing this strategy, the agency decided to organize this MSME conference as a strategic platform, which will bring together industry stakeholders, experts, and emerging operators to share knowledge and experience and opportunities. Now, with this intervention, the agency aims to create the participation of historically disadvantaged groups in cross-border transport and thereby promoting economic growth and job creation. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to participate in this discussion with a view to help the conference achieve its objectives. The 2-day program is packed with critical topics which holistically will provide solutions to the challenges affecting the small businesses. I'm not going to say last page. I'm going to say last paragraph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's engage these topics and related themes and make this conference a success. Now enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you. Oh, then my last part. No, that one I said in conclusion. This is the last one. Please, I'm just going to be here. You know that I did inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a guest speaker here. Others were doing what is called to sweep for him, sweeping the stage, for government to speak. Ne? And we have, Miss, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Mkhuleko Hlengwa. I just want to say that those who know him will remember very well that he was actually the chair of what is called public accounts in Parliament. Ne? And that portfolio, he made it more, it's now Mr. Zibi, but actually, it was Mr. Koti before, but I noticed a lot with it, it was him, because if when it comes to accountability, there were no holy cows for public entities. I was a CEO then of a public entity, myself, appearing before that committee. I knew that it was not going to be, it was not going to be business as usual, when you go there to that committee. And since he took the reins as our deputy minister, our cross-border falls under him, his able leadership, and his humility, actually, is his footprint that I've never actually admired to a politician, and hard work, and whatever he does, he ensures that he puts attention to detail, and good listener, and when you talk to him, and he's not here for the first time, as I mentioned. Deputy Minister is taking keen interest on this, sector. As you know, he's always busy. Those who are, on the road, they actually know that when it comes to him doing his inspections on the road and so forth, myself, I've experienced that going with him. That that must be super fit on the road. Because he actually goes, in a roadblock the whole day, ensure that everything is fine. Now, welcome to the stage, Deputy Minister, and over to you. His clear name is Mashasha. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much to the board of the C-BRTA, Program Director, Your Worship, the Acting Mayor, the Chairperson of the Board of KUHA, the board members of the Cross-Border Transport Road Agency, Mr. Martin, the CEO and all executives, the Department of Transport, and importantly, the industry players, operators and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words this morning, but I think it would be remiss of me if I do not maybe start with the expectations that have been presented this morning, particularly around the concern of where transport is going in the country. It's not me who must allay your anxieties, but the numbers speak for themselves. In the first quarter of this year, 2025, all transport-related indicators are on an upward trajectory, speaking to an improvement, whether it's passenger numbers, logistics movement, or interventions in road, air, sea, and so on. And therefore, I want to say it remains Minister Creasy's and my own commitment to ensure that the transport ecosystem in its entirety is able to turn the corner, and that we are able to do the right things and achieve the desired results. We will be able to achieve that obviously through collaboration, because we are keenly aware that transport is an economic enabler, it's an economic driver. It is the backbone of South Africa's development. And therefore, we take our job very, very seriously. And so the first certainty that you have is that currently you have a leadership at transport that is committed to the job and equal to the task. It won't be easy. We have got a very long road, no pun intended, to go, but we are prepared to go that extra mile. So you would have seen that in large part in the work that we do, we are encouraging private sector participation. Already in Transnet, we've opened up an RFI, and we've housed a private sector participation unit with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to, amongst others, leverage on the skills, knowledge, and expertise and the capabilities of those who've got an interest to ensure that the transport sector is able to achieve what it is meant to achieve. So it is my fundamental belief that there is sufficient capability and goodwill within South Africa and around the world to actually be able to participate in the transport sector. So worry not. Worry not. I want to really echo the sentiment around collaboration. I think it's key. And I think that this conference is, amongst others, a testament of our own commitment to bring players together, to open doors, channels for engagement, the sharing of ideas. And so I think we've already, in large part, just by this gathering, ticked the first box. Not to say this is a box-ticking exercise, but by bringing you all together, it's now in your hands to engage, to collaborate, to not sit with your friends during lunch, not to be a typical playground student at school where you chill with your friends, break barriers and share experiences, and I think it's key. I've heard the whole issue around the funding challenges, and I think, Chairperson, what we need to do moving forward is to broaden the ecosystem of our partners for this exercise. So work with small business development and their agencies. There's been a key question there that's been raised about youth participation. The NYDA has got a role to play, and see where the trade and industry in itself moving forward, because the key question is about access. So this is the first trial of what we're trying to do, and moving forward we need to be able to broaden the scope of participation within the government ecosystem. And I'm glad that, amongst others, SARS is here, because yes, please pay your taxes. Very, very important in order for us to meet the competing responsibilities and priorities that we have. But at the heart of it, I believe we have a duty as CEO that for next year, let us broaden the scope of those that we bring here and partners, and then challenge the private sector as well to actually also participate. I think, amongst others, what is clear to me is that we need to go back to basics. And those basics are about accessibility. And then lastly is to say, Mr. Mayor, obviously, I come from an outlook that says all development, all business, all politics is local. And therefore, we've got a duty and an obligation to get local government right. We do need to fix the roads, fill the potholes, issue the fines where we must, ensure compliance. We must ensure that there's safety, street lights are working, because it's those basic things that are enablers for business to operate. I think sometimes we speak at a very high level about the so-called slogan that says, create a conducive and enabling environment for businesses to operate, and we think high level. No, it's the small things. It's about ensuring that water is available for businesses, about ensuring that electricity is available for businesses, so that they don't lose time and therefore don't have to shed workers, because the primary outlook is to create jobs. The more workers you have, the more taxes you're going to have, enabled to then meet the other social priorities. When the ecosystem of the economy shrinks, you put an added strain and burden on an already strained and burdened fiscus, and therefore you are creating a conducive environment for upheaval, and we must avoid that at all costs. So functionality at local government is an economic driver, it's a jobs driver. It's an investment attraction instrument, because when people want to come and invest in South Africa, they don't go to the union buildings. They want to try and find a locality, and you need to be the best one ahead of the rest in order for them to invest in your area. Anyway, the whole point of why I'm here is certainly not to give a lecture on local government. The Minister of COGTA is ably capable with the review of the white paper on local government, and I hope that you are participating. But maybe two things and then just my remarks, which I'll try to be very brief. I always want to encourage young people, and I've got a bias to young people, and I think I will tell this story for however long or short I will live. So it so happened that on one random Thursday, Advocate, I received a call which was saying, I'm being deployed to Parliament, and I was 24. And I said no. And the voice on the other end, amongst others, said it was not a question but an instruction. And he hung up. And then on the following Tuesday, I was sworn in, and now this is where I'm going with the young people in the room. I went to the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. And Mr. Mwango, who was my colleague, said, no, come, let me go and show you how Parliament operates. So come to the first portfolio committee just to see what we do here. So remember, I'm there under duress because I didn't want to go there. So I was on my own defiance campaign. And so I get there, and Mr. Mwango very happily is introducing this 24-year-old. And in certain quarters, the media had made some hype about it. Great. And now, the one member then says to me, in response, he says, Chairperson, and I'm quoting, this is precisely why we need national service in this country. Parliament is not for kids. 13 years later, I'm happy to report that he's not there and I'm still there. The whole point of my story then is to say to young people, one of the biggest things we have to fight in spaces where we try to enter is the politics of ageism. Fight it and fight it hard, because you lay a foundation for the youth coming after us as the youth, that the space is better than we found it. Secondly is to say to small business, in the context of what I've said, is that small is the start and big is the goal. And I want to say that in our thinking and in our work here is to not speak about small business as a permanent arrangement. Small is the start. It's a temporary situation. We have got a duty and an obligation that the small business of today is the big business of tomorrow. It has to grow. And it is the thinking and is in the sharing of the ideas that we will do in this room today and tomorrow that will help us arrive at that destination. I'm a rural boy advocate. My grandmother, who was a standard 2, had 10 children. My mother was the oldest. And she raised my mom and her siblings with my grandfather was a standard 5 on the back of small business, small-scale farming, subsistence farming. You know, the South Coast, we are famous for amadumbe. Oh, yes. I'm a product of amadumbe. Yeah, so, and that is what, and I always say to my cousins, we need to go back to that basic because it is a outlook that never grows old. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a singular honor and a privilege for me to be here this morning to participate at this all-important conference, which is meant to put a spotlight on the challenges that affect and frustrate the aspirations of small business in the country. When I was invited here, and the board member, Matluchana, will know that I quizzed the C-BRTA extensively. What are we going to do there? And I'm happy that that question has been adequately covered in the past few days and this morning, because the relevance and significance of this conference pertains not only to important partnerships that we are building or strengthening with local businesses today, but relates equally to the priorities of the 7th Administration Government of National Unity in the medium-term development plan, which amongst others focuses on rapid, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, our apex priority aimed at creating jobs and fostering economic development. As government, through our agencies such as the Cross-Border and the Kucha Development Corporation, we have a responsibility to create a fertile ground through policy interventions which aim to allow businesses in general to flourish. The 7th administration has identified the logistics and transport sector as one of the key enablers for achieving sustainable and inclusive economic growth in our country. We are committed to a reform process that seeks to revitalize the sector whilst also contributing to the social imperative of the transformation of our society. The purpose, therefore, of this conference surely resonates with that commitment and that of the founding preamble of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act of 1998, in which the agency is committed to empower the cross-border road transport industry to maximize business opportunities and to enable incremental self-regulation within the industry to improve safety, security, reliability, quality, and efficiency of services. This program, therefore, of the next 2 days gives me hope that there are concerted efforts to address the issues that hamper the transformation and growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the cross-border industry. I also hope that this conference will painstakingly tease out what will be needed to bring the agency a step closer to empowering the cross-border industry. It is important to specify our needs well and thus be able to specify the required resources, interventions, and methods more clearly. So I expect for the government and state entities which are present to speak less and listen more. Colleagues, this Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Conference, in my view, serves as a platform that sets us all on course to understand the environment and the needs of the industry to better in order to enable and drive real change in society and uplift our communities through various sectors of the economy. In this context, the transformation and development of small businesses becomes a key component and contributor to government's economic development agenda. Freight transport plays a critical role in ensuring and sustaining economic development. Quite frankly, without freight, goods will not be transported from the point of manufacturing to our homes. But I do know that there is heightened anxiety because of our hard push for road to rail. But what we need to do is, amongst others in this room and in other platforms, to say how do we leverage the last mile, the first mile and the last mile? How do we broaden the ecosystem for participation? What is also elementary is that rail alone is not a silver bullet. So we need to find the opportunities in the ecosystem, diversify, because whilst we de-risk and decongest the roads, there are still other areas in our country and in our logistics ecosystem that requires cross-border to be an active participant so that we can be able to achieve the long-term goal and the sustainability of our economy. So, colleagues, without the service of the freight sector, amongst others, tourism operators, South Africa's economy will remain stagnant and economic growth will remain an unachievable dream. It is for this reason that we need to ensure that transport is constantly and consistently improved to remain the heartbeat of our economy and the enabler of its growth. The transport sector is instrumental in the functioning of our society. Yet, as with the rest of our economy, it has excluded those from previously disadvantaged backgrounds, women and youth. Speaking on the need for broader economic participation in the sector in May this year, Minister Creasy correctly pointed out the importance of transformation of the sector and our role in easing such transformation. I want to say this. Transformation is not an exclusion mechanism. Transformation is an instrument designed and therefore should be implemented as such for the purposes of inclusion. It is not there to take away from those who are already in the loop. It is to expand the loop for greater participation. What is also key is that the socio-economic injustices of the past need to be corrected for the purposes of pulling people out of poverty and lack of opportunity. Therefore, those who are already active participants with the skills, knowledge, and expertise, in my view, have got a duty and a responsibility to empower and educate those who want to participate. The economy, see it, can be grown big enough for everybody to participate in one way or the other. It is my clarion call that we view transformation as an enabler for all of us and change the narrative that it seeks to take away from some to give away from some. As far as I see it, is actually quite pointless. If I've got a cake and want to take away the cake without growing the cake, I do not help my situation because I remain stagnant. The point is not to be stagnant. So I'm calling for the outlook which has been presented around collaboration and partnerships to go to that higher level, to say, how can I help? What can I do to make a contribution? Skills transfer, knowledge transfer, just the basic sharing of experiences to say, when I started out, I tripped here, don't repeat my mistake. That's what transformation is. It is not a linear outlook that is black and white. It is a broader societal responsibility that it is nobody's interest anywhere at any time to have people excluded. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Because if we do not open up opportunities, we create a conducive environment for criminality to exploit, which in then becomes an element that affects the operational work of our own businesses. Businesses must thrive on workers to be able to have purchasing power to participate in your business. So I know for the longest of time, the narrative around transformation has been rather wrong. Because Advocate, as a senior amongst us and an active participant of the struggle, you will know, as many in this room, that a race-based past in terms of policy intervention, it's elementary that it will have a bias in its futuristic outlook to have race-based sensitivities to include. I am not aware at any time of something that says there is a South Africa for some and a South Africa for others. It's not there. So as we open up these opportunities, and as we try and enhance the ecosystem and the value chain and the beneficiation of cross-border transportation, whether it's logistics, accommodation, truck stops, amongst others, let us take each other along. Because we create a breeding ground in a country of resent, of hate, and despair when we seek to not want to be inclusive. So in any case, in May 2023, the Integrated Transport Sector BBBEE Charter Council was appointed to spearhead the transformation within the industry. Since then, the Council has worked tirelessly to conclude the transport sector codes, building the past efforts to modernize the sector's empowerment framework. Therefore, colleagues, partnerships towards such progress continue to evolve alongside the different reforms being instituted to enable industry development, as well as improving the policy and regulatory framework for easier entry by previously disadvantaged people, especially women, persons with disabilities, and the youth in the designated persons categories. To this end, I would like to commend the Cross-Border and Kucha Development Corporation for their partnership, which is defined by a wholehearted commitment to the capacitation of small businesses towards meaningful participation in the country's economy. Colleagues, let me hasten to indicate that the country needs all hands on deck in its effort to drive economic development. The small business sector must play an active role in the manufacturing sector and respond to the need to create jobs. With the alarming unemployment statistics, the country needs solid partnerships between government and private sector to grow the economy and create the necessary decent jobs that will uplift the poor and the marginalized from the shackles of poverty. This conference took effort and a lot of resources to put together, and therefore colleagues must not just be a talk shop. Otherwise, if I held the belief that that was the case, I would not have been here today, and I doubt that you would have been here today as well. I am a firm believer that we must hold less conferences and channel more resources and all effort towards implementing resolutions. Therefore, CEO, when we come back next year, the first order of business must be a report back on the resolutions of this year, and not meet in a vacuum as if we've not met this year. In other words, conferences must translate into tangible actions and drive change in whatever field or sector of interest. I therefore want to make this clarion call to all participants in this conference to carefully ponder on the objectives that have been spelled out for this conference, and to sponsor contributions with the objective of transforming and inclusion in the broader transport sector, and specifically cross-border road transport industry. I will not delve into the historic realities of cross-border. Suffice it to say that South Africa became a signatory of the SADC Protocol on Transport, Communications and Meteorology in 1996, with the objective of harmonizing transport policies, standards, and practices. As a result of this protocol, for ease of business and participation amongst others, South Africa has entered into bilateral and multilateral road transport agreements with our neighboring countries to enable a seamless movement of goods and passengers in the region. Today and tomorrow we must ask ourselves the questions whether that is happening, and if it is not, why is it not happening? And if it is, how can we improve it? So the answer to each question still has an action step to do things better. So colleagues, as I go to a conclusion, that's what was said, last page, last paragraph. Colleagues, with that entire picture that I've tried to paint in mind, the question is, what is the role of small businesses in the overall manufacturing, agricultural, passenger transport of products, amongst others, and other parts of the continent? It's clear that the cross-border plays a role and is facilitating the required seamless of passengers and goods. But I do know that there will be an issue around permits. And CEO, please listen carefully to those concerns around permits and find ways to make it better. We must confront the elephant in the room, which is that businesses also have got a responsibility to be patriotic. And that responsibility begins with employing South Africans. That patriotism begins with the responsibility of not exploiting the lived poverty of cheap labor. That responsibility says South Africa first. And the continuation of foreign illegal immigrants taking South African jobs must be correctly addressed by businesses subjecting themselves to the due processes of the labor relations of the country. Because otherwise, the transformation we speak about and the lack of inclusion thereof after that is what causes our problems. So whilst there's obligations on the state and government, there's obligations on the industry as well. So the department, finally, we are rallying behind the cross-border and supporting them, and we're encouraging the industry, particularly the MSMEs, the funders, the development agencies, the OEMs, to support this program. For me, the program targets 3 categories of SMMEs, and these include existing cross-border freight operators, domestic freight operators looking to expand into cross-border operations, and existing cross-border passenger operations, and lastly, startups in the transport industry. So it is my hope that this MSME conference is one of building the blocks towards an inclusive and sustainable cross-border road transport industry. Therefore, it must give you a networking tool to set you on course for change and to make a meaningful contribution. The onus is on you as partners and delegates, and on us as government, to ensure that you can be able to recalibrate your perspective and overall outlook on how we can transform small businesses into meaningful players in South Africa's economy and the rest of the continent. It is my humble call that as part of the outcomes of this conference, that you come up with tangible and actionable plans on how we together can forge meaningful partnerships that will drive change and help our country to achieve its economic development agenda. Let's envision an Africa where manufactured goods move freely across the continent to improve trade amongst our countries, and through that to improve the lives of our people. I would like to encourage you to take the full advantage of the opportunities in the industry and to create the meaningful jobs that are needed in the economy. I hope that together we will be able to share ideas and work together. Ours today is to blend experiences from both the private and public sectors and to commit to what works. Surely one will expect the outcomes to include discussions, particularly in an AI world. Program director, I've been watching a Netflix thing called 0 Day. That thing had me really worried about AI. That thing's a very big problem. But at the same time, I think it is a lesson to the strength and capability of technology and AI. And we must exploit the opportunities that are there. But at every material point, ask ourselves how we can use technology and AI for the purposes of the ease of doing business. That's the primary ask. And so, colleagues, with humility, I want to thank you very much on behalf of the Department and Ministry of Transport, and I want to wish you well, and I look forward to the 2 days, of which I will try in large part to be here for most of it, today and tomorrow. But importantly, I look forward to the outcomes and the resolutions, which will be the North Star of our own commitments. And then next year, ask ourselves whether we have been collectively committed to our own commitments. Take care, and God bless South Africa.
Thank you very much for those remarks, DM, and also the chairperson of CBRTA. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to a close before we enter tea break to our opening session, I just want to draw your thoughts to what was highlighted in this opening session. It is clear that the agency has a particular objective in making sure that it is opening a market within an industry that is seemingly growing. And with that, the question is, as the chairperson spoke about opportunities, what is the cost of opportunities? In my years within this industry and also building what I call a business development platform for transporters, I always find that it is the word opportunity is something that is talked about, but people don't really are taught what is the cost of that opportunity and how do you optimize the opportunity and what needs to be in place for you to make the most of the opportunity. And it's something that I believe the various presentations that are coming after will unpack, because it is just not enough for us to leave this particular conference and saying there's opportunities within this particular sector, but yet we do not have the roadmap as to how you're going to actualize that opportunity and how does it speak to your day-to-day in building a sustainable trucking organization. The other thing that was really spoken by the chairperson and the DM is the importance of creating an enabling, transformative environment. As much as the policies around transformation could be very enabling, you are still operating in an industry that is embedded with challenges around transport infrastructure. So for you to thrive, for us to thrive, even for each and every transporting trucking companies, for them to build a sustainable business, we have to talk about the challenges faced with transport infrastructure, the challenges faced with congestions, and I'm sure you know them better than I do. I'm sure you've probably even received calls this morning, your drivers complaining about that and the other thing. The other thing that was mentioned by the DM and also the chairperson one of the colleagues also raised it, is access to finance. And my question is money really enough to build a trucking business that is sustainable? And we have to think about that. Is money enough for you to build a sustainable trucking company? Because it also speaks to, yes, we talk about the challenges of unskilled or unqualified truck drivers, but the truth of the matter is you and I know the whole workforce of your trucking business needs to be qualified, and oftentimes small and medium enterprises do not have the right workforce that can enable them to scale their business. The DM said we start small, but the idea is to end up big. The question is, in that transition of moving from starting from small to getting into big, what needs to be in place? And we cannot deny the fact that most of us have unqualified workforces. Our fleet controllers are not fully qualified. Our fleet managers, the operations managers, the mechanics, some of us take them down the road and you just put them into your workshop. And these are the things that are challenging small and medium enterprises for them to scale their business. Lastly, before we break for tea break, to the point of the DM, and which is very strong, which is the clarion call of a resolution, I'm hoping in these 2 days we can really paint a framework of what does a collaborative business development ecosystem look like for a small and medium enterprise. Words such as partnerships, collaboration, innovation, transformation can be loosely used because some of them ring so nice to the ear. But we have to step back practically and say, what does it look like? If I've got 2 trucks and I need to get to 10 trucks, what does a collaborative business development ecosystem look like? And who are the role players and what role they need to play? So with that, I hope that the resolution speaks to that, because I think, DM, it will give us action points when we leave here, both from the private sector and also for government. The conference that I run annually is very supported by the private sector, so I do know that they do have a place to play within this particular ecosystem. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that we break for 15 minutes for tea, and then we come back and we're going to get into our first panel discussion that will be looking into opportunities and regulations within this industry before we break for lunch. With that, we can have TDM. Thank you so much. Acting Mayor, Chairpersons, thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you in 15 minutes.
Is it? Please, ladies and gentlemen, will the media come to the front, please, for interviews? To the front, media to the front for interviews, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for tea on the other boardroom so that we can use this room for media interviews. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind joining us on the other side for tea and coffee so that we can use this side for media interviews. Would love to have some quiet interviews, please. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. We're just asking for silence so that we can conduct interviews. And if colleagues and delegates could join us in the tea room. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not even after. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May we please settle down? We are about to get into the meat of things and start talking business and what makes business works. Please come in and take your seat. As people are coming in and settling down, ladies and gentlemen, I ask the organizers to advertise my work. So what is on screen? Yeah, let's hold that. Are we all, I believe we all have a smartphone, right? Can we please go to YouTube and find On the Road podcast and subscribe? Let's get to the first slide with the podcast. Aha. On the Road podcast. Please go to YouTube. If I don't see you on your phone. It is the only podcast talking to tracking SMMEs that is sponsored by FNB and West Bank. Please give me a round of applause. So did we all subscribe to the YouTube channel? I hope to have most of you here on that as my guests one day. Already Tsepo was telling me that he is an avid follower of the podcast, so we're doing something right. Then secondly, I spoke to you about the conference that we host annually. That is the headline sponsors. I'm sure you could see Gerard is here. It's supported also by the RFA, by SAPIC. Can you please just, it's called the 3rd Annual Road Freight SME Summit. You can Google Road Rate SME Summit. You're going to get a lot of content from it. And these are the headline sponsors for this year. So I just ask that after tea breaks, after lunch, I can have a bit of advert time and sponsored time so that you get to know what it is that we are also about in making sure that we are collaborative in providing solutions for SMEs in the transport sector. Thank you very much. Do follow us on YouTube. Follow us on TikTok. We are on 15,000 followers. I'm an influencer. It's about knowledge creation. We're making sure that we are creating as much knowledge about this industry and demystifying certain things about the industry. With that, most of us are back in the room. I would like to call Ms. Lebo Letsoalo, the CEO of SingPoint, who's going to be our first panel moderator. The discussion is about market opportunities and regulatory challenges. Ms. Letsoalo will also give a 2 to 3 minutes high level around giving us a framework and also a synopsis about what is happening in the industry. And then she will call her 4 panelists. Please give it up to Ms. Letsoalo. I know most of us know her. We appreciate her vibrancy, her dynamism, her in-depth understanding of this industry, and the amount of work she has actually laid out for a lot of female entrepreneurs in the space. A big round of applause for Ms. Letsoalo, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. It's not yet a graveyard zone. We're not yet there yet. We have not eaten, so we should be very excited considering the discussion that we are going to be having. I guess most of the SMMEs here, or anyone who's in business, we are all in business to make money, right? And money comes from opportunities, isn't it? That is why the next panel is around creating opportunities and us exploring the challenges and the hindrances that we are faced with as SMMEs. So ladies and gentlemen and esteemed colleagues, good morning again. And I am Lebo. It's my pleasure to be moderating the first panel that will be coming up in focusing on market opportunities and regulatory challenges for small businesses in cross-border transportation. We focus on an industry that is very exciting, by the way. 80% of goods that are moving, 80 to 85 on road in South Africa, they are in fact moving by road. But over and above that, we're speaking to road freight and cross-border. That comes with a lot of dynamics. So there is a critical discussion that we are going to have for anyone in the transport business. As we strive for sustainability, we're looking for opportunities even across the border. As we know that access to market is crucial for enterprises for revenue generation. We want to make money, right? Machanguras. That's what we say. Revenue generation, business growth as well, not only in South Africa, but across Africa within the RECs, in the SADC, COMESA, EAC, and so forth. There is a need for you to be able to understand where the industry is heading up to. So without access to markets, even the most innovative businesses may struggle to thrive. I think most of us as SMMEs, we have a lot of innovative solutions. We come with the great ideas around technology and so forth. But the reality is that if opportunities that are sustainable don't come forward, we won't be able to grow. So if you look at South Africa, and let's look at the challenges that you are faced with in South Africa as SMMEs. Experience shows that a high failure rate among SMMEs indicates that 70 to 80% of SMMEs fail within the first 5 years of operation. That's in general when we're speaking of SMMEs. But now, if we come to road freight and we come to trucking, it's a chicken and egg situation, by the way. So you need to spend money before you even make money. So you can ultimately fail within the first year or the first 6 months. So as much as data shows us that within the first 5 years in terms of all the SMMEs, but when we're speaking of road freight and looking at the trucking business, it's beyond what we can see. So, I can tell you that the percentage that I've shared with you is higher than global average. So the question is why? If we are saying that our drive in South Africa is around SMMEs, we heard it from the Deputy Minister, creating a transformative environment in the transport business. But at the same time, we speak of opportunities that are created within various economic sectors. Why do we still fail as SMMEs? And the engagement that we're going to have now with the panelists will basically talk to that. I want to really tap to what is happening closer to home, which is around Africa, in terms of global trade. You know that when global trade grows, and that's what we are seeing right now, we know that our economies become more interconnected, and cross-border stand out as a pivotal juncture in that area. That is why this organization exists, to be able to ensure that cross-border is integrated and it makes it happen for the business. It offers immense potential for yourself to be able to expand your footprint across Africa as a whole, and thereby increasing your footprint in terms of the opportunities and getting access to the markets. So we've also seen the eminence of the Africa Free Continental Trade. How many of you know about AfTA? Because now this is where business is coming to, and when you're seeking opportunities, anyone that knows the Africa Free Continental Trade? My goodness, come, who knows about AfTA? Oh yes, I can see 1 or 2 hands. But there's if you don't know about AfTA, I want you to Google Africa Free Continental Trade Area. AfTA, that's what we call it. Because now the conversation, we're speaking of opportunities, that's where the bigger opportunities are within Africa as a whole. It brings about opportunities for SMMEs to reposition your competitiveness and making sure that it becomes the largest free trade in Africa for 55 countries. That's what Africa Free Continental Trade Area is about, ensuring that we enable trading in Africa, but more so, it's got a lot of biggest protocols in Africa, and those protocols are the protocols that support SMMEs to be able to venture, to be able to grow. There's a protocol for youth and women that is very specific, and there's also a protocol that just focuses on SMMEs, how they can enable facilitation. So the biggest part of it as well is that transport and logistics is a priority sector. So giving you context at a high level, and I don't want to take too much time, with the Africa Free Continental Trade, it focuses on key priority sector, which is pharmaceutical, transport and logistics. It focuses on agriculture as well from the industry, digital trading as well. So you realize that also when we are saying transport and logistics is the backbone of our country, which is South Africa, in fact, it's a backbone for the entire Africa globally as well, because it connects in terms of the export market and the import market. In transport and logistics, which is part of road freight and looking at cross-border. Giving you a picture from the South African side, I think Deputy Minister also shared the statistics around transport in terms of the growth spurt that we are seeing, transport normally contribute in the 10 economic sector up to 13% in terms of the GDP of the economy. So it shows you already that if there is growth amongst various economic sectors, could it be mining, could it be financial services, could it be trading and so forth, it means that opportunities will exist. They are imminent to come our way. So I want you to start thinking about that when you're speaking of opportunities, start understanding from the economic perspective, especially now from the provincial level. What is driving this province, Eastern Cape? What is driving Eastern Cape? Please just help me out here. What is it? Automotive industry, right? What else? Citrus. So just those two. Already, if you understand what is driving your economy, your province, you're already able to untap on the opportunities. Automotive is also one of the economic sector that's priority for the Africa Free Continental Trade. So it's about creating a single continental market for goods and the services with connecting 1.3 billion people in 55 countries, and it will be boosting Africa's income by $450 million. So now we're talking about money. So like I said, there is a need as part of us with the panel, as I'm about to call them in, for us to be able to dive in really emerging opportunities in the industry, look at the challenges faced and initiatives that are shaping this dynamic industry. So I would want our panelists to share the insight into the market trends, potential avenue for growth, and regulatory framework. The reality is that we've been having discussions in the industry for years around opportunities, challenges. So I want us to look at this conversation from an entrepreneur's perspective. Number two, from the policy and framework perspective. Number three, from the industry perspective in terms of accessing value chains, opportunities out there, and really coming up with a solution that can be driven to the process. And by the way, I want this conversation not focusing only on having trucks. So panelists, I hope you are ready, because our conversation will really around looking at the entire value chain, where the opportunities are, looking at various economic sectors, and so forth. So with that, I would love to call my panelists to come on stage. I will start with Mr. Harold Murray from RFA. He's a SMME support. As you know that RFA is a body that represents the SMMEs, not the SMEs, the trucking industry from the South African perspective. A round of applause for Mr. Harold. And Lindsay Hlaho, who's the director for Voice Express. Earlier when Lindsay stood up, he said that his name is Voice, and I was very confused. Then, by the way, Lindsay in Tswana is Voice. So I thought, oh, then we have now changed. Lindsay, then I was confused, who is Mr. Voice now, eh? And he's an entrepreneur that is going to share his insights, his challenges as well. He's already operating within cross-border. So we want to hear it from whoever, an SME that's already in the industry, and sharing the insights around where he is and how he is finding this dynamic industry. And then from the SARS perspective, Deputy Minister said we must pay our taxes, by the way. But the conversation is not just about paying our taxes. It's also looking at the transport industry and cross-border, look at the regulatory framework and seamless trading that we want to create from the industry. Can I be joined by Mr. Mahani Mpehla, who's the lead focus segment specialist from the tax perspective from SARS. And from the industry side, which is automotive, may I be joined by Ms. Nolulamo Matutu, who is a transformation and government relations specialist. A round of applause for my panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, mine is an easy task, and the easy task is to ask them questions, and they must give you solution. And I'm going to give you, through you, Program Director, if we have time, and if you don't have time, it's still fine to get them to the audience to ask the questions. All right, welcome, and thank you for joining. I would like to sit here. Thank you. All right. This conversation is around SMEs, right? And when you're speaking of opportunities, I really would like to start with Lindsay. You have been operating in the transport business. You're an operator yourself. You are a trucker. And I think as a trucker, you have experienced a lot of challenges. I want to just at a high level, just give us a context about your business and how you perceive the cross-border industry. Can we just start with that? Because I want, when we have having discussion with some of the panelists, for us now to untap the areas within yourself. And remember, you're presenting all the other SMMEs here. And the areas that you have experienced and the areas that you know that you've gone through as an entrepreneur to be able to prosper. Thank you.
Hello? Am I audible? It's on but low. Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
the voice
He
is not
Mr.
voicing.
Voice.
The voice is not voicing. Thank you so much, Program Director. Every time I'm asked this question, it gets quite emotional for me. My story is quite similar to what the Deputy Minister was saying. He mentioned age 24. At age 24, I managed to finance my first 2 trucks in 2015. I started Voice Express in 2011 as a student at the University of the Free State. I was not even intending on starting transportation as a business, but I used to be a biker, and I was just tired of, I wanted to get my life in order as a student and concentrate. I bought a very old, small Toyota Corolla just to go to school, and students had problems. Students needed, you know, there are some students who love partying, and I could see these people would party and they had no transport. And then I'm like, let me use my small Toyota Corolla to transport students when they are out at night and clubbing. And this thing grew so much in the city of Bloemfontein. I remember there was a time in a day where I was making about 3,000. And that was 2011. I immediately then started banking my money. So by the time 2015 came, my profile with Standard Bank was so well, I managed to finance my first 2 trucks at 24 years of age. And I've grown since, say, I started 2015 in the trucking business. And yeah, by the grace of God, I believe Voice Express in the province of Free State, we are like the biggest non-white transportation company in the province of Free State, and I don't even think only in Free State, but my journey with cross-border started around 2018. Because I'm based in the Free State, in Lesotho, in Maseru, there's a milling company that buys maize from farmers around the Free State and in the Northern Cape. So I started transporting maize to Maseru. And then last year, I don't know, those of you who watch the State of the Nation address, the president mentioned or highlighted one of the biggest dams in the world that is being constructed in Lesotho, the Polihadi Dam. And I was transporting furniture to the houses. That place is called Mogotlong. So for me, it was quite a blessing and an honor to see that Mogotlong, it's one of those places where even big companies like your Unitrans struggle to get up those Lesotho mountains. And Voice Express managed to deliver furniture to the mogotlong, to the houses that we're building, the cupboards and stuff. So the challenge is, I don't know if I should go on or just touch on. I'm trying to just touch a bit.
No. In fact, I'm glad that you've given us a high level of how you started from the bottom. And I think it takes passion to get into this industry. If you don't have passion for trucking, I can assure you that you won't be able to succeed. I'm a trucker myself. Don't see me with stilettos and think that I'm a trucker. So the reality is that if you don't have passion for this industry, you won't be able to succeed on it. And we've also indicated as well where you have started from the bottom. But I want to now get back to Gerard. Gerard, I want us to do a deep stick exercise. And it was very important for me just to get Lindsay at a high level to give us a context of where he started. And you can really pick up some of the things, infrastructure, the finance, how he started financing, and the passion around it. But if you have to do a state of address in terms of the trucking industry, I've observed that even big companies are struggling right now. And right now we are driving SMMEs, encouraging them as part of our transformative and inclusive nature in this industry. You represent the trucking body, and there's a lot of intelligence that should be coming from the industry association. Yourself working with SMMEs as it is. So I would like you just to give us a state of trucking so that any entrepreneurs here understand where trucking is heading up to. I think I contextualize at the high level where industry is. But the second part of looking at the deep stick is just for you just to unpack the value chain at a high level for any entrepreneurs that is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we start looking at transport, you've already mentioned some 85% of all goods currently is transported by road. Now, as much as we as transporters love that, it is not sustainable. That I must say to you up front. It is not sustainable. We will destroy our infrastructure, first of all, and secondly, if we want to look at the competition that is there on an international level, we cannot keep on doing it by road. We have to move more onto rail. Now, of course, that is a challenge and a half, and I'm very glad there's other people that need to deal with that and not me. So good luck, sir, and yeah, we wish you well with that. But I think that they've made a brilliant start, and now they need to push that going forward. So what is happening on our side? There's volume growth, yes, but the challenges to keep that volumes going is significant. Any transporter here would start telling to you that your fuel cost could be, dependent upon what your utilization is, anything between 35 to 55% of your cost. And if that cost changes every month, either upwards or downwards we normally don't complain about that, but if that goes upwards, that's got a massive, massive impact. And just first of all, to touch upon that, any startup business or even a medium sized business, you don't easily get the credit for that. So that point is you need to have that funds up front, because if you don't have cover cash flow wise for about 3 months, you're going to have some serious trouble to make it. And that's where you start failing, because you simply can't operate because of the impact that has there. Of course, if I've got the stage, we must ask, why can a transporter go with an empty tanker from Joburg to Durban, pick up fuel, diesel or petrol, get it back into Joburg, and still do it 20 cents cheaper than what the price is now, because what the pipeline says? It doesn't make sense to me. Somewhere something is wrong. It's not supposed to be that. So maybe that could bring us some relief. But that is something I think the necessary people can have a look at. So competition is huge. You must realize that. It is massive. People are competing for contracts. In the RFA, we don't play in the contract space simply because we've got voluntary members. And if I'm going to play in that, I'm going to get some serious trouble, because I cannot compete with my members. So we don't play in them. We allow our members, the transporters sitting in this room, to compete for that. But you must realize that if you want to compete in anything, unless you've got information on what you want to do, you are going to struggle. And that means you need to understand what is happening in that market. Now, if we're in the Eastern Cape and you're talking about the automotive market, I would be concerned because I think that they're under pressure. If you are just transporting commodities, I would be concerned because that will probably be the first area that will move over to rail. If they get from 160 million metric tons to 250, my understanding is once they hit 250, there would be about 50 million of general freight there. But even if they get to 180, it will mostly be normal, traditional, rail-friendly goods that will be affected by that. So those guys must start looking at it right now. Then we need to look at the curse of transport, is the fact that it is a mobile, remote business. You thought that COVID brought in remote business. Transport has been remote all along. The moment your driver leaves your yard, you've got limited control. You need to trust him. How do you trust him? There's only two ways you can do that. One is you need to have good drivers with good training, and secondly, you need to have the systems to manage that. And that's critical that we need to do that. I just want to touch upon one more, specifically onto the cross-border, because that's part of what is happening in transport. Congestion is the other curse that we have. And whether that is at a border post, whether that is at a harbor, or whether that is on any of our corridors, we need to address that because congestion means that you lose money, but more critical, it attracts crime. And we could see that in Lebombo very, very, very clearly, that the moment that there's congestion, you attract crime. So it is difficult in terms of that.
Okay,
I'll stop there for a moment
yes,
before I go to the
park
next
it
one.
there because active. But what is coming out from Harrod, and Harrod, I think this conversation is not complete yet before I go to the other panelists. I want us to speak to specific value chains now in trucking. Earlier I commented and I said that when you speak of trucking, is, transport business is not just about having a truck. There are other areas that speaks to being a mechanic. I think, a gentleman here earlier, he spoke of security. If you transport into areas like DRC or you're moving hazardous products, highly expensive, security is needed, right? So, and I'm just touching on one or two here. I want any SMME that is just new in this industry to get to know, if we are talking about at a high level, a value chain in terms of transport, what are we really talking about? Because a truck is just a truck as a complete, but it comes with other opportunities within it.
I've got a view, and maybe that's a bit of advice for any SMME out there. People often try to find that one area where they think they can make the most money. And I think that you're going about it in the wrong manner. Look at where you've got contacts and where you have got knowledge. And it is wider than just a truck. If I look at the distribution networks that is developing, and I spoke to a gentleman that was talking about utilizing bicycles. That's a freight vehicle in the end. If you're going to deliver something as small as that, and your barriers for entry all of a sudden is significantly smaller, you've got other challenges, but let's not talk about that. I think that people need to start planning better before they just jump in terms of it. We are sometimes so keen that we want to do it that we miss the background work, the grafting that you need to do to understand the industry where you want to go in and understand all that other value change in there. There's a reason why the bigger companies have started taking over shipping lines and warehouses, because then they control the total process. It makes it easier. I think as transporters, we need to start saying, where can we add our value? And I think the hub-spoke model is probably the best place where we can start doing that. You don't need to control everything. Just do that bit to the best of your knowledge and to the best of your ability, and then you will make a contribution.
Thank you, Harrod. So for all the SMME, it's very clear. Harrod is saying, understand your entire value chain end to end. It's not just a truck. You can be selling tires. It's integrated as part of the business. You can be in mechanics. It's an opportunity. Just imagine a truck, if it's stuck in the middle of nowhere, the tire has bursted, and you come with, obviously it's integrated with other economic sectors. But when you start thinking of opportunities in transport sector, now start tapping in really unbundling. What does that truck require? It can be fuel as well. Some people get stuck by the way. And we could be coming with a technology in terms of transport management solutions that is supporting the transport sector as a whole. Harald flagged something that is very important around congestions. I want to go back to Lindsay. As an entrepreneur, you are in doing cross-border as it is, and I remember earlier we had a conversation. I asked around some of your barriers at the border gates. I would like to know, some of the most time-consuming customs procedures you faced with, because you go to Lesotho, you go into other African countries, and how does this operate, this delay impact your business? Because any of you, if you decide to go to cross-border road transport agency, you want a permit. I can assure you that C-BRTA has a potential. They will give you information around country reports on a country-to-country basis, but I want us to hear it from someone that is operating within cross-border. What are those biggest challenges? And as you speak from the SARS perspective, I want you to tap onto that immediately afterwards, because if you speak of harmonization, if you look at the delays, I think you would have seen the queues that you're seeing going to the border gates and so forth. I would like to also tap onto your knowledge around what work SARS is doing to make sure that we have seamless integration at the border gates. Lindsay, let me start with you just sharing what are you faced with as a transporter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A couple of months ago, we were doing Botswana, loading sorghum in KZN, taking sorghum to Botswana. And there was massive rains in the northwest, and in the Botswana, there were a couple of floods, and the whole country had utilized the Ramatlabama border post. And for those 3 or 4 months, I think from March, you can imagine if we were taking sorghum in, there were other people taking different kinds of grains. Others were taking in things that are going through Botswana, going to Zambia. So if you have a target to say that at least to be profitable, you need to at least do, maybe let's say your target is to do 2 or 3 loads a week. You are stuck by the border in a line, carrying 1 load, and sometimes this load, sorghum it ferments, If the temperature within a side tipper, number one, that challenge that if this thing stays beneath your taps for a certain number of days, it begins to ferment. And because of the delays to cross the line, you are also now having to deal with insurance. I know there's one of the panelists or one of the speakers, she's from Libra, I think. And then you've got to fight with insurance to say, but this product, het suur geword, die binne die sailor, you see. And then imagine you've got to claim, and then you are telling them this product is sour now. And then you've got to fight with insurance, number one, that this product, you've driven all the way from Richards Bay to Botswana. And you have to take this thing back because the client rejects this thing. And one of the challenges as a tracker is that so many things can go wrong, things that are beyond your control. I think that's what the banking sector has declared it's the only business regarded as a super high risk business because just so many things can go wrong, and also you've got to now deal with, you've got paperwork, but the product that you are taking into this country has also got its own SARS or revenue services. So you have to deal with your South African regulatory service. And then Botswana also has got to accept, check the amounts, pooler conversion and what, all of that, and you've got to pay the revenue service of Botswana as well. So those are the challenges that, but I'm thankful for the cross-border, for working on the OCA system, trying to assist us to have an easier cross. So those are just the few challenges that we experience.
Mr. Mahani, you got it. I understand that from the cross-border perspective, as soon as you get to the border gates, there's multiple stakeholders, by the way. As much as we only have SARS here, we'll probably have BMA on this, on these chairs. We could be having C-BRTA at the same time. We could be saying, the Home Affairs as well. And there's so many stakeholders when you get to the border gates, just so that you know. But I think from the paperwork perspective, also speaking to what Linzo is saying, that there's a lot of delays at the border gates, and we don't necessarily have seamless integration in terms of paperwork. And also in light of the fact that we're speaking of harmonization from the Africa Free Continental Trade, how do we make this industry efficient? And I want you to also talk a little bit on the one-stop border post. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Now you are.
Okay, thanks. Maybe the first question that I would like to ask Voice is to check whether he's part of our AEO program, which is the Authorized Economic Operator program. Are you part of that program?
Not yet.
Sure. Okay. So
there goes the solution already.
It answers in a way part of his questions, because from a SARS perspective, we also agree indeed there's the Africa Free Continental or Continental Free Trade Area or agreement as mentioned, which aims to actually make cross-border trading easier. So from a SARS perspective, what we then add on as an enabler to ensure that you do not get frustrated, you do not wait too long to get certain clearances from our side. We have a product that is called the Authorized Economic Operator, which is the AEO program, Authorized Economic Operator. So when you are part of that program, what that program then does is that it ensures that as and when you cross the border, you are actually, I guess you can also hear from the word itself, you are authorized, you are an authorized economic operator. So you have been certified indirectly. You would have gone through certain checks, and before you even hop onto the program, you need to have been an operator for minimum of 2 years. So there are conditions that we look at in terms of all the criteria before you hop onto the program. And once you are part of the program, I can guarantee you get stopped infrequently, not frequently. But even as you are stopped and then you say that you are part of that program to our colleagues, the treatment is different. So we therefore encourage a lot of operators to jump onto that opportunity, because it's an opportunity for operators that have been in the space to get onto, so that they ensure that they are enabled and they trade easily across the borders. But maybe just to mention one of the things that we also observe, Lebo, without taking too much time, as a derailer or as a big challenge for SMMEs. We see MSMs, but SMMEs within even our context, is that once colleagues have registered, and this is where we've got the biggest challenge, from a SARS perspective, I can guarantee you the corporate income tax compliance for SMMEs is very low. When I say very low, I mean below 30%. So that means that the SMMEs, part of their biggest frustrations is that, one, they are not compliant, and number two, those that are compliant, at times you find that there is also issues where you get audited, and the reason you get audited is because we've got third-party data that says that you declared a nil return, for malicious compliance to get a tax return, and or you declared an income that is below what you are earning. And when we go to the third-party data, because we've got the data, right? If you are doing something legal, you can't hide it. So we've got the third-party data, and then we identify that you are doing more than that which you say you are doing. So those become part of the challenges, and then you get audited, you end up in debts, and that's where now you see, a lot of people going into liquidations and all these other things. So that's one of the things that we also encourage SMMEs to say compliance, in as much as one of the MC, Ms. Musundwa, said some of the operators, they take their trucks to the mechanic under the tree. Even with tax compliance, don't go to a tax practitioner under a tree. And when we say a tax practitioner under a tree, we say that tax practitioners are registered, they should be having, and you can verify that this person is registered either on our website or with their recognized controlling body. They are controlled, they've got controlling bodies. So don't just let Doc, which is myself, coming to you and saying that I can file your returns and you think that I'm a practitioner. If I do not have a PR number, I'm not a practitioner, and therefore you still have liability. And also one thing that we also discourage people from, because we have seen a lot of what you call now, I heard the minister mentioning issues of AI and the challenges therein. People give out their passwords and usernames. Password and username. That means that the person is filing as you. So that person that is filing on your behalf is impersonating to be your company, and therefore you take all the responsibility. So these are some of the things that we also want to, for SMMEs to guard against, because these are things that we observe, which are big challenges on our part that lead to also compliance, but also debt and ensuring that they do not, move forward or grow. As the minister has said, that small today, big tomorrow.
Big tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. And you're really bringing a very interesting, subject. You heard what he says, that they've got third-party access. So they can go to the bank and check your account, by the way. But as much as he's saying that, I want to bring back this conversation around the trucking industry, the transport industry in totality, that there is an industry that will cash strip you. It will cash strip you. And I'm finding that a lot of entrepreneurs do not comply because of that. Earlier I said that you spend money before you make money. For an example, you pay insurance upfront. You have to pay for goods in transit insurance. You have to pay for the tires. You have to pay for the tracking systems. You have to pay for the fuel, which may be around 60%, right, Gerard? Am I right? 60% of your total costs. So both your fixed cost and your overhead costs are beyond your variable costs as it is. They don't balance out. And I think that's the conversation that I would really want, when we have a panel, the panel that's coming up on finance, to be able to tap onto that. That now we're speaking of this industry, that's the reality, not in general. You spend money before you make money. So if you declare upfront also with SARS, and I'm bringing you the realities, by the way. Lindsay, right or wrong? Exactly. And that's what we are faced with as entrepreneurs in the industry. So we really have to come up with a solution as to, for the funding perspective, how do we support the entrepreneurs upfront in that process?
Maybe just to come in before you move to the next panelist level. What we also have from a SARS perspective, colleagues, is that, remember, as an SMME, you also can register for turnover tax. And with turnover tax, turnover is the money that you make. So if you are not yet making turnover, trying to make setups, you actually, up to a certain value of a turnover, you do not get taxed. And you can actually be taxed up to 3% of the value beyond, I think it's up to, as long as you're making below $1 million, that's the start. If you have a turnover of below $1 million, we encourage SMMEs to actually register for turnover tax. But once you make over 1 million, then you know that, okay, there's a whole lot of, dynamics at play. And you also need to look at, do I need to register for VAT? Do I need to register for pay-as-you-earn? Do I have employees that I deduct tax for? Because one of the other things that we note is that, yes, you are paying a salary, which is a cost, but it's not yet yielding a profit on behalf of the company. So with income tax, remember you are taxed on the profit.
Yes.
And then if you are making a loss, it's an assessed loss. It's only that because people do not understand, I guess, the accounting side of things. You start a business, you've got an idea, you are not yet into the finance side of things. But with an assessed loss, as and when you declare your things appropriately and you keep your records, because what matters most is record keeping. And I guess that goes for whether it's your bookkeeping, finance, but also for tax. Because when you say you have made a loss and you get audited to say, Lebo, you said you made a loss of 100,000. Where does this loss come from? Because we want you to actually roll it over onto the next year. You'll claim it as a deduction in the next year because we say, I made a loss. So where do you get the loss from? In the next, you get a tax benefit. Then until such a time that you have actually exhausted your loss, then you pay the income tax. Because you can't pay an income tax on a loss.
Indeed.
So those are some of the things that people need to just understand and ensure that record keeping top notch.
Clearly, the more you get opportunities, then there's revenue growth in your business and you get taxed. That's what you have to know. So it replicates in us giving money to SARS, and it's a good thing to be done as well, from the business perspective, from the principal perspective, and the economic dynamics. So which gets me now to opportunities. So the one industry that we've selected is automotive. We said Eastern Cape is driven by the automotive industry and other sectors. But the interesting one, if you're aware, and you've been reading the news in the past few months, Trump has decided to hit us with 30% of tariffs. Have you seen that? And one of the industry that will be highly hit is the automotive industry. So I sit there and I was asking myself that if the automotive industry is going to be hit, and we're speaking of MSMEs in this transport sector, will they get opportunities? So, Nolulamo, what I want you to, just to share with the industry is what VW is doing to create an enabling industry specific for the transport sector. If you look at your inbound and your outbound transportation and anything in between, how do you create an enabling environment, especially from the transformation nature of your job?
Thanks, Lebu. So at VW Group Africa, we are currently the sole manufacturer of the VW Polo globally, right? And we'll be producing this not only for local sales, but for export worldwide. And last year we announced a 4 billion rand investment into our plant to ready us to manufacture a small VW SUV that we are now calling the VW Tango, which we will manufacture and export from 2027 onwards. And from a VW transformation sense, our approach to transformation is not only to create an inclusive economic growth model and so on, but our best operating model is one where there's social and economic development benefit, right, for the BEE initiatives that we participate in. There's business value, and there's also reputational benefit. And if you look at challenges of MSMEs, some that are mentioned, such as access to finance by research, access to markets, and skills development need, we address through our or we try to play a role through our enterprise and supplier development programs that range from business incubators and so on. We've got the VW Business Support Center that looks at this upskilling not only of business acumen, but of the entrepreneurs' personal skills and resilience skills, and instilling that confidence to be able to grow their businesses and scale them and ultimately create jobs. And if you look at the funding sense, we've got the VWBE Initiatives Trust that funds between 1 and 20 million in the automotive values chain, as well as the automotive adjacent industries such as logistics, transport, and so on. So, I mean, we've got a comprehensive spectrum of initiatives that we've introduced between 2011, right up until 2022, where we had the Kariga Economic Pilot Development Project, the KTDP, that was upskilling informal micro enterprises in the townships, in the transport, so your mechanics and so on, your recycling areas, and your hair care or personal beauty sector, so your hairdressers and so on. So the upskilling continued there in terms of business acumen, resilience, teaching them marketing skills, how to be ready for, because a lot of businesses or SMMEs also have a challenge to become finance ready and so on. So just teaching that kind of skill, record keeping, bookkeeping, that's required for various compliances, not only with SARS, but to enable the business to grow and scale and create jobs. So that's the type of program offering that we've got.
I want you to go deep now in terms of VW. Obviously, speaking of creating certain skills and capacity, but the reality is that for any entrepreneur, especially in our conversation, is getting an opportunity in the business itself. So what kind of opportunities? Now I want us to look at tangible opportunities that exist within the automotive industry. Even if it's not just VW, there's other automotive industry. What are those tangible opportunities that exist within VW for any entrepreneurs, entrepreneur that wants to go into your industry?
So for us, Lebu, in terms of procurement, right? We in manufacturing.
Yes.
The bulk of our procurement spend will be on production manufacturers. And then in terms of transport and logistics, that will be about 10% or so, 10 to 20% of our procurement spend, right? And in that 10 to 20% of our procurement spend, I mean, it's not only limited to transport and logistics and so on, but any other service or product that we might require, which any business would really. But what we tend to find is that in the more strategic procurement areas, such as transport and logistics, historically, we would have been procuring for much bigger and more stable or more reliable companies. But because of the insights and learnings that we also are getting from our enterprise and supplier development programs and our move to integrate, so not only develop the entrepreneurs, but integrate them into our supply chain and the auto sector industry generally, we've had to meet the smaller SMMEs where they are. So if we are issuing a tender out, for instance, an RFQ, we're looking for businesses that will tender for that, but we're willing to work with the capacity that an entrepreneur is able to accommodate. So I'll make an example of integrating some of our businesses from our different programs into the supply chain. For the past few years, about 3 to 4 years now, to integrate these, we've been actively working at it on a monthly basis. Procurement, the VW Business Support Center, ourselves as Corporate and Government Affairs will meet to discuss these businesses, their offering and so on, who we can facilitate meetings with procurers in the business and so on, and actively make that happen. We circulate their business profiles quarterly to the procurers in the business, because integrating these businesses, regardless of their size, is the right thing to do. Okay. And from an industry point of view, we've got the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund that also looks at that access to funding gap and challenge for SMMEs, as well as access to markets and upskilling of the businesses in the automotive value chain.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important one that every MSME must know from the automotive. AITF, that has been created by the from DTI perspective with the automotive industry. So there's a pool of money that has been put there, but the idea is to be able to equip the emerging organizations in the industry. But more so, it allows also the growth and the opportunities, and integrating these opportunities with yourselves as MSME. There's coaching, there's mentorship as well that is happening within that pool of funding. But what I like is that with AITF is that for most, if you look at the automotive industry, everyone, remember the first year, we don't normally own it in most instances in general. So first year, second year, in terms of the service providers, we want to see most of us going into first year. So that's exactly where I was coming from in terms of creating this enabling environment for the entrepreneurs. But now on that point of creating an enabling environment, and thank you for your insight with VW. Harald, I want us at a high level, because I think we'll be running out of time soon. Any MSME in the industry, a part of creating an enabling environment, we're speaking of funding, we're speaking of coaching, mentorship. But the one thing that I know, that access to opportunities also comes with understanding the regulatory framework. I mean, I've already said, if you want to do cross-border, you're not going to take your truck and boom, you know, you go through cross-border. You still have to pay CBRTA for those permits, by the way. So, but that doesn't stop that. Before you even do that, getting access into different industries, like the mining sectors, the chemical industry as well, it requires certain regulatory framework, like RTMS. Why is it so important? Why is it important to have squash from the accreditation perspective? Because remember, then is one other area which is enabling for opportunities, because some business will say you're not going to get access to opportunities unless otherwise you comply to that. Can you give us context on that?
I think we must start off by saying compliance must start with the very basic one. Let's start off with complying to the National Bargaining Council for the Road Freight Logistics Industry. Let's start there, because everybody that does not comply to that is placing this industry at risk, and you're taking opportunities away. The second one is all of these quality systems that there are, RTQS, RTMS, is all about how can you improve your operations. Now, the key element behind it is that it actually then starts saying, where does the power lie to force you to do that? So it becomes that the cargo owner enforcing that then knows that his supplier is the best and by compliant to that. So he uses that economic power to say, let's comply in terms of that. The AEO program, an absolute fantastic innovation. And one I have to commend SARS to say, let's put that together. Just on that, if you're cross-border and you want to run there, please go and check your number plates. SARS runs on number plate recognition. If your number plate is not clear or obscured, you probably can't say you screw the system, but that's what you're doing. Make sure that it is visible. Very practical things that can do. Now, quite often, your quality systems try and highlight those issues to say, if you comply to that, you will do better. The accountability score was launched on the 30th of May. Very much in how can we improve on the total process, on all corridors, that process so that we can have better international trade and that we as transporters can benefit out of that. So it is expensive, I know, but a lot of what you need to comply is stuff that you need to do anyway as a good corporate citizen. So just start with that basics. If you do that correctly, you will get the benefit out of that. And then you'll get the benefit of improved quality systems that will improve your operational costs and how you can manage that. The last one I want to touch upon is quite often, how do I get opportunities? And here I want to make an invitation. If you become a member of the Road Trade Association, and we've got different categories where you can join. We've got interest groups, and there's no need to travel. We do all of that online. And on that interest groups, it's your opportunity to build networks. You build up contacts with that you can utilize. And it's about different, interest. It is cross-border, it is green transport, it is dangerous goods, it is security, depending upon what you want. If you get there, remember, no contract is ever going to fall in your lap. And if you have to pay for a contract, turn around and run away, because that contract is in all likelihood not valid. Contracts you gain by working for them. You need to show people that you can do it. That's why your compliance systems are so important. Your contract, you must go through proper knowledge of what's happening, and then with contacts, if you know about it, then you can get that. And to me, that's a critical part, how we can build that. And then to assist you with that, we've got a couple of other products, such as information. There is a new SMME insurance product that has been launched that will help you building your profile so that you can pay less there. And the last one I want to mention is, as a outflow out of the NLCC Workstream 2 work, there is a publication called the Corridor Pulse Report. It is available for free. If you want that, just come to me and let me take down your email address. It tells you exactly where is the congestion on all the border posts and what is happening on the various corridors. And we get that information from the tracking of the various vehicles. And we are just checking with CSR now that they say it's scientifically correct. But those are places where you build yourself opportunities and work for those contracts.
Thank you, Harold. We really can go on the whole day, by the way, when we discuss opportunities. But I want us just to touch one last thing, and I want you to close on your side so that I can go through everyone. Really around rail-friendly goods. As you heard it, Harold said that we need to move most product onto rail. And anyone that is in transportation start thinking that there is no opportunities. Which means that there is a rail-friendly products, but not everything can go on rail. So what are those road-friendly products that MSMEs must be aware of?
So rail-friendly products will start off with your bulk commodities, all your minerals. And then where there's bulk, some of your citrus can very easily move on there. What you need to do is do your research in terms of what will move. Just one thing. The more we get rail to improve, the more the economy will grow. The more the economy grows, the more opportunities are back for transporters on a hub-spoke process. So don't see movement to rail as a neglect that road transport will fall away. Don't see it that way. The manner in which you're going to transport is going to be different, but you have to go and look for those opportunities, identify them, and prepare for them.
In closing from your side, what is the biggest thing that entrepreneurs must be aware of and avoid? Just within a minute.
Know what you're going to do. Do your research. Have knowledge before you embark that. We've got too many people that say, I'm going to do it and just rush in terms of that. Do your research, to a certain extent, pay your school fees by learning it, and then go and execute.
It means pay your school fees without following these LOIs in the industry. That's what it means. Because there's a lot of scams in this industry. Understand who the main contractor is, who's the dispatcher, who is the subcontractor, and what happens in that value chain. Thank you, Gerrit. Lindsay, on your side, in terms of really wrapping up from the cross-border, what will be the one thing that makes success out of an MSME in the transport industry? What are the biggest enablers that you believe any SMME require from the business perspective?
Yo, what a tough question.
It's a one minute
Okay.
response.
Yeah, I would gladly like to say to people a couple of, I'll wrap it up in a minute. I met one guy a month ago. I don't know where he got money, he bought a truck, and that thing was just parked in his yard for 2 years because he tried and he did a couple of manganese loads and he saw that this thing is not for me. So he came to me to see if I assist him. And I just blindly went with him and I said, okay, he didn't even know how to start the truck. He doesn't even know nothing about the truck. So he just heard maybe with a truck you can make 10 rand. And he took his money to think he's going to make 10 rand. And it became his demise. So the secret that I would just like to say to people who want to hop onto this industry, you make it easy for yourself if you love cars, if you love how you understand how a locomotive engine works, you know, how tires, you just need to be in love with the vehicles, you know, you need to understand if a truck is idling, is the engine smooth? You need to be able to assist because at the end of the day, you are a leader when you are a business owner. So sometimes you make a big mistake if you have these things and the people that you're supposed to leading, like your drivers, your mechanics and all of that, they've got more information and knowledge than you. It's one of the biggest mistakes that you can do for yourselves. So in closing, I would just say to people who eventually want to do trucking business, know how a vehicle works, love it so that you are able to lead your team with pride, respect and honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. And from the SARS perspective, I always believe that collaboration is key in building our businesses, from the regulatory framework all the way through. So I would like to know from your side, what role should government play and private sector in collaborating to mitigating some of the regulatory issues that we have at the border gates? How do we make this entire value chain seamless from the process perspective in supporting the MSMEs? And I want you also to touch a bit of intelligence in closing. I'll give you 2 minutes on that.
Sure. Thanks. I guess one thing that was mentioned even by the colleagues initially was that collaboration is key. And the colleagues have said they are here to collaborate. So from a government perspective, remember, SARS, we are responsible for collection of revenue, ensuring that we protect the borders through customs. So that's our role. And then your CB, your cross-border transport, or yes, road transport agency, just to be correct, has got a role, and therefore of regulating those that are on the road transport or that are in that space of the cross-border. So mine is just to say that thanks maybe as a start to the cross-border road transport agency for involving us in this program. And as Deputy Minister Tlengwa has said that in the next conference we should be talking about the resolutions. Part of the resolutions that we should be having is that what partnerships are we building from here? as government, because you are talking now government to say how do we enable and ensure that the frustrations on the ground get somewhat uneased. So one of the things that unfortunately truckers or those that would be on the road might be facing is that Lenzo has a challenge. He knows someone at C-BRTA who knows someone at SARS, then that becomes somewhat of, I would call it a repository. We need to have repositories where if as a trucker, you've got a challenge and you're an SMME with, for example, tax challenges, you need to know who to go to in SARS, because a lot of times people, they queue in SARS. We see them in our queues when they shouldn't be queuing inside, or going into the branches. They've got a dedicated queue in terms of making appointments on the e-filing. You choose whether you're an SMME individual or practitioner. So there are dedicated queues that we service. And I would hope that, even as government, maybe we need to move in that structured way of saying that if I am a trucker or I'm in the freight industry and I've got frustrations, it need not be a headache for me to get unstuck, more especially if you are law-abiding and you are doing your things legally. It needs to be seamless, even in terms of getting your clearances. As we have mentioned, if people hop onto the AEO program, I've got my colleague, those that said they are here even for networking, I've got my colleague, Unoxolo, there. She's actually from the AEO, so there's the information and the networking. If you don't speak to her during lunch, it's your own baby. I've got my colleagues there, Mark and the team, they are wearing the SARS. They deal with issues of income tax returns, VAT, pay-as-you-earn, education. So if you are having challenges and you leave this conference without having them resolved or living with solutions, it's also your baby. I am an enabler from the
Thank
SMME.
you.
I'm just now, just introducing our product as well. We are within SARS, sitting here because we've got an SMME segment which services the SMMEs, and it is the reason SMMEs have got a dedicated queue that they can go and say, from a SARS perspective, here is a bottleneck, we want to be unstuck, and therefore you should be able to get services. Sorry for taking too long. Thanks.
Thank you. You see, if he was a private sector, I wouldn't let him selling his services but now it's part of the country, so it's allowed. Thank you for that. Ms. Matutu, I think I want to, at a high level, tell us if we were to collaborate as private sector to create opportunities for the MSMEs, how will it look like?
I think the automotive sector, Lebu, has a brilliant model of doing that through the AITF. Of course, that was or is our equity equivalent investment program, where all of the 7 OEMs in the country sat down, got together, and asked themselves how they can create or transform the automotive value chain in the country. And what came out after years of consultation and getting approval from the DTIC is that Automotive Industry Transformation Fund. But outside of that...
And I just want to tell you, I want a tangible implementation out of what was signed off out of AITF, because it's very important.
So,
yes.
A tangible?
A tangible implementation, because VW had to take that and implement, right?
Yeah.
Yes, so you can continue on that.
Okay. I was about to say that outside of that, as industries, how we can get to collaborate more is just by involving ourselves and understanding the framework and its challenges and insights. So, for instance, in this enterprise and supplier development space, there's a Gibbs white paper that was issued in 2024 that looks at ways of enhancing that enterprise and supplier development, implementation, and so on. How we collaborate with others is using people who are experts in what we want to do. So sourcing those, whether it's Sustainable Livelihoods Foundation or Raise Corp Supplier Development and so on, to assist us to ensure that the objectives of triple BEE as well as country priorities are met through implementation of our programs and so on. But I want, in conclusion, Lebu, to mention that the World Bank estimates that 80% of new jobs over the next 15 years or so will be created by MSMEs, right? And I think it's all our responsibilities where we are. Everyone has a role to play in ensuring that our SMME industry or MSME sector is able to unlock this area for South Africa and the challenges that we're facing. So if the government, through its NDP, by 2030, wants to have created 11 million new jobs by then, how we can play a role in each of our areas, whether you're an SMME or a corporate that's implementing ESG programs and so on, is to just make sure we're up to date with research and information available about what the challenges are, learn insights, collaborate with others that share our own values and, that want to also play a role in this and implement it that way. And the FinFind report of 2025 mentions that for this MSME category, there's about a 350 billion gap between the applicants they saw between August 2023 and September 2024. These are SMMEs or MSMEs across the country,
yes,
that are trying to access funding and that are unable to access it because of various reasons, like not being ready to access finance and so on.
And indeed,
which
I think
our programs try to address and get them to those
to
points,
be ready,
depending also on the growth stage of the business and the entrepreneur and so on. So I think I'll end it there, and then if you please may allow me to sell a little bit. We've got a whole VW product range outside. Please do check it out. It's for every single life stage of your life that you might have, from being a teenager that needs a car to someone with a business that might need a crafter. Thank you.
And she says that you're going to get a discount.
Staff price.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a mouthful. At a high level, I just want to capture one or two areas. Firstly, understand the value chain, understand the economic sectors that are driving the economy. There's 10 economic sectors in our country, of which transport is one of them. That's where the opportunities are. Understand from the value chain perspective what is driving your economies in any of your provinces. If you are in Eastern Cape, you need to know what is happening from the value chain perspective. Who are the manufacturers? Who are the transporters as well? Who are the people that are in the exports, freight forwarders, and so forth? That's where you are getting the opportunities. But also, like I said, learn to unpack the value chain, understand the transport industry is not just about the truck. There's opportunities in other secondary activities in the trucking, or let's say transport in totality. Compliance is very critical. It is an enabler to you getting the opportunities. Compliance with SARS, compliance as well with the regulatory aspects, getting permits. There's a compliance, the regulations around it. Getting business opportunities within other economic sectors requires you to be able to comply with safety standards, and it means that you spend money before that. Also remember the issue of collaboration, which is critical from the private and public sector perspective. Remember, government cannot do it alone. CBRTA cannot do it alone. So if you are private sector, you are here and you're creating opportunities, make sure that you collaborate with us. Industry stakeholders get to know who is in the industry. From the manufacturer who is in a vehicle, what happens with the manufacturer, the insurance industry, to be able to economize in terms of that process. And more important, the passion that is needed for this industry. You have to be patient, you have to be resilient as well with this industry. With that, I thank my panelists here. Aren't they awesome? A round of applause for them, everyone. Thank you, and thank you so much for joining us on the panel. We can take a beautiful picture before we leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. With that, as you stand up and you're going to take a group picture, we do have gifts for you. I'm sure they will bring them right about now. And the photographer, please be so kind for us to come take a group picture with this panelist, with these panelists. My data bundles need lunch.
Which means that if people want to ask questions, they can go direct. You can tell them.
Yeah, I will. All right, yes, please just give them their gifts. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to approach the various speakers if you would like to unpack further the insights that they did share, and if you would like to do business with some of them. Thank you very much. With that said, we are going to break for lunch. May I ask that we take lunch for 45 minutes? Is that all right? You are transporters, you're used to this thing. All right, so we will take it for 45 minutes. And when we come back, I believe the panelists and the other speakers will unpack further some of the challenges and opportunities that are within the space. And I hope that some of them also speak about, as much as we're talking about opportunities, we are in a country that its economy is not growing. And we have to look into that, and we need to know what the drivers are right there, and also the geopolitical influences in that. We cannot turn a blind eye to the truth that, yes, we're talking opportunities, but the economy of South Africa is stagnant. And that is a very, very big problem that we have. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you in 45 minutes. That will be at 2:15. What time do you have on your watch? apologize for us starting later than 2:15. The DM is busy doing a walkthrough through the exhibitions, and he has asked that we give him 10 minutes and he will be back. And then we'll kickstart the next 3 sessions. It will be back to back. We won't break for afternoon tea, and then we'll wrap up. I'm hoping I can park this truck at 4:30. Are we in agreement? We'll park it at 4:30. Then I can say it was on-time delivery. Should I? All right. It was on speed. Oh no, I'm not speeding. We had, the lunch was just the kind of lunch drivers need, eh? It had 2 vegetables. It was good. Well-balanced diet. Thank you. Just give us 10 minutes and then we'll bring it back. found an Amapiano song to get everybody's energy going after lunch, but we are here. Please take your seat so that we can continue with our program. Ladies and gentlemen, just before I call on the next speaker, I think it's important that I just give a high level of what the C-BRTA is about. Do we all know what the C-BRTA does? I don't want to be under that assumption. Are we all aware of the permits that they give? It's silence is consent or silence is consent. Are we all familiar with the agency? Should I tell you? Okay, great. Thank you for that. I didn't want to share information that could be rhetoric to people. So the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency is the South African government agency responsible for regulating and facilitating cross-border transport. Its mandate applies specifically to road transport, focusing on freight transport, which is trucks, and passenger transport, which is buses, minibuses, taxis, and tow vehicles. So they give permits to your trucks, your passengers, which is bus, taxi, and also the tourism sector. I do know that a large portion of our conversation in the morning was focusing on the trucking industry. And the reason is because, according to the research of the Cross-Border Agency, it is the least transformed pillar within their agency, and that's why the focus was on the freight element. But it's important that all of us know the various other pillars that they provide permits with. Furthermore, they do facilitation, which ensures the smooth and safe and efficient movements of goods and passengers by road across borders. Regulation element of their services, it issues cross-border road transport permits, ensures compliance and legal standards, and promotes road safety and fair competition. They further also provide advisory, which provides policy advice based on transport data research to support regional integration and corridor development. And then the last two is around facilitating partnerships, collaborations within the SADC region, border authorities, law enforcement, and transport operators to improve cross-border road transport. Lastly is organizational sustainability. Focuses on strengthening internal capacity, financial health, digital transformation, and workforce development to deliver its mandate. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are now all on the same page as to some of the services and offerings that Cross-Border Agency is responsible for. Please give me a round of applause. That was a good advert that I just provided for the agency. Moving right along, we're going to have 3 presentations before we close. And the first one, it's a case study presentation navigating cross-border success, best practices and pitfalls to avoid. I am told that Mr. Fabric is actually on one of the toughest routes, and he has successfully built his business using this tough route. Without any further delay, may we please welcome Mr. Fabric, the Managing Director of Mabaraka, on stage, who's going to give us some insight as to how he has navigated the pitfalls, the challenges, and has found opportunity within the crisis. And then lastly, how you have coined your value proposition, making sure that you're adding value to your clients, because that's what business is about. It's about value adding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greeting to everyone. My name is Fabrice, as the program director said, Fabrice Mbikai. I'm a transport operator. Mine today is challenging, but I will go through with you on how I manage this tough route. I was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Bonjour. I came to South Africa as a student, 20 years old. I attended school, university at Val Technology in Vanderbilt Park, where I did computer science, computer system engineering. And then I worked for ISCO as an engineer. And then currently I'm still studying, this time with the University of Johannesburg. I'm doing transport management and freight on an advanced program now. I started this business out of passion. As an international student, those days, people will ask you, like from Zambia, Congo, they will ask you to buy goods for them in South Africa, or they will refer you to transport goods that are coming from the Aba in Durban or around Johannesburg, to transport them either to Zambia or to Congo. Now, those days, it was not easy to run the business when you don't have a truck. So you rely on people who have truck. And the problem with those who have trucks, you need to comply with their way of doing business before they give you trucks. So it becomes difficult. For me, I tried and it was difficult. I'm talking of 1999. So it was easy. I was still a student. What I did, I saw an opportunity within the campus. We used to walk 30 minutes, 20 minutes to go buy bread at Pick and Pay. In Vanderbilt Park, for those who know Bethoff Park, we'll walk from Valtech to Hyper Pick and Pay to buy. It will take you 30 minutes to go and 30 minutes to come back. Now, having this opportunity of buying goods for people who do not know much about South Africa, I decided during one of the holidays that I should start selling bread. And those days, bread was 2 rand. So I'll go to an Indian shop around, I'll buy bread for 2 rand, I sell it for 3 rand. So I make 1 rand profit. So I started the business with 40 rand. So the first day when I brought the bread into the campus, for those students, most international students were not going home. So they bought the bread first day. I bought 20 bread and within 2 hours it was gone. Following day, 30 bread, 40 bread, 50 bread. It was 100 bread. Now, students were on holiday, winter break, this one that we are talking, this time, like of the year. When I came back, I saw the opportunity was big. Then I tried to speak to Albany, Blue Ribbon, to say I have opportunity of selling bread because I have a vision, a business that I wanna do. They say, who are you? I was just a simple student, and those days I was referring to myself as, because those days I was Mr. Valtech, by the way. Don't look at me now. I was very handsome. So, and I spoke to them. They will tell you, how do we trust you? Because you want us to give you bread on credit. But how do we trust you? I said, no, I'm Mr. Valtech. You can go to school. Where's your ID? I had no ID. You know, it was just complication out of complication. I had something in mind. that morning. I asked the security at the gate, I would like to see the marketing manager or sales manager. He says, no, it's tough to see this guy. But I say, but he used this gate. Then he says, no, but you need an appointment. I said to him, okay, it's fine. I woke up the following morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, drove to get a taxi to Sasol. I waited at the gate. By 5:45, he was at the gate. Mr. Felix, never forget him. I spoke to him through the window, and he said to me, come in. Went in, we sat down. I said, look, I have more than 4,000 students in the res, so I need bread, but I don't have money. How do I trust you? I said, no, we can go, I'll show you my room. Those were my properties, my assets. It was my room and the few people who knew me. Then, and Mr. Valtek. So at least I was a king. Then he came, then I says, you see, we have more than 4,000 students residing here. So if you give me bread every day, I will pay you every day. Just borrow me that bread in the morning, and in the evening, come and collect your money. He says, man, you want me to lose my job? I say, no, you won't lose your job. Then eventually he agrees. He came the following day, he says, no, we'll start with 500. I said, it's fine. As long as we start, it's okay. 6 o'clock in the morning, the truck was there, delivered bread, 500. By 9:30, 10 o'clock, I called him. I had no bread. I wanted more bread. He brought 500 again. Then it was that. At the end of that day, we had sold 2,500 loaves. So I had 2,500 in my pocket for myself. Then I paid him, the deal was done. The following day, same thing, but we had increased to 3,005. Then we went up to 5,000 loaves. Then he looked at me, he says, I can trust you now. I say, indeed, you have no choice, because I'm making money for you. Then he says, from today, I will give you bread. In the morning, from Thursday to Wednesday, I will not collect the money, you will keep it. But the next Thursday, I need to balance my books. So you must give me my money, and you pay for the bread of that day. Remember, I'm making money. Then we did that deal, and it worked. I was selling 5,000 loaves of bread. So every day, as a student, I had 5,000 rand in my pocket. So I decided to buy property, still student, cash, actually. Those days, property were around 100,000, so I could make that money easy. So I was building my capacity to, because I did not have access to a loan at the bank, whatever facility. Then 6 years later, I decided to buy the first truck. Then I started doing cross-border. It was not easy, because you're sitting in South Africa, in Johannesburg, send your truck, the driver is gone, and those days, there were not much facilities. You will give him cash in hand. Sometimes he will do what he think about your money, and he will tell you stories. So you will comply, actually, to his way of doing business. But those were challenges. As we were growing, I had more clients who wanted more things. Then I'll go and hire trucks. And you know, when you hire those trucks, like I say, you'll always comply to the way people were doing their business. Until I got my own trucks. I actually bought all my fleet today. I don't owe a cent to the bank. I have Then in between, challenges is drivers, is consignment, is the border, crossing border, it's issues along the road. Every day drivers go, they will come, each with his story, some will steal diesel. So it's difficult. You are transporting goods over millions. And clients, they need to trust you to transport those goods. So eventually I decided to take road trips. Got into my car, I said I need to understand this business. So I started driving border to border. I know all the border in the SADC region. So I spoke to officials, I spoke to police on the road. I made sure I met. It took me a month to travel in and out. Came back, planned my stuff. So I decided to start working ahead of problems. Then I started seeing things going smooth. Where we have more problem in Africa is mostly in the DRC, followed by the Zambian. Though I was born in the DRC, but it is not difficult. It is not easy to run business in the DRC. But let me tell you, this transport, cross-border business, has a lot of money. And if you manage and know the ins and outs of cross-border, you won't run coal here in South Africa. I'm not discouraging you. I have my way of running that business. I plan ahead. I make sure my drivers are paid well, I look after well, because those are the people who make things to happen. They transport millions. Don't give them peanuts. Because when you give them peanuts, follow them on the road, you'll know the conditions in which they live. From bathroom to sleeping to infrastructure, it's terrible. Even you as a human being, you cannot take that. It's not easy, you know? And sometimes congestion, when they're in congestion, heavy congestion like in the DRC, there's no facility for toilet. You know, the cooking, it's malaria, it's mosquitoes, it's all that. That's why today some of the things, when we looked at some fight around labor issue of job drivers, it is not easy. I've got South African drivers, I've got also Zim drivers. It's by choice. And when I take South African drivers, for instance, I train them. I teach them about malaria. But there's no pick and pay in Congo. There's no checkers in Congo. You find your way when you go. You know, yeah, it's easy. You'll park your truck at the corner, you go to the garage, you can use the loo, you can buy 1, 2, 3. But challenges that they face immediately after crossing Koblesma, Kopfontein, Musina, you can't take it. It's not easy. They have to have money for the police. Yes. And sometimes it's not easy. So when you reach the police roadblock, though our trucks are maintained well, so they will always check for a fault, for something that will make them to make you to give them cold drink. And it becomes challenging. So what I do in my side of all the challenges, I will go one maybe in passing. First, you need to make sure your trucks are in good running condition. And that you need to do preventive maintenance. Very important. Because when you're sleeping, you don't want your driver to call you at night. While he's in Kolwezi, 3,000 miles from here, saying, boss, my axle, my wheel bearing is broken, what do I do? So you have no connection of a garage over there. So now you're in bed, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you will not sleep again. You see, you become stressing business. So you do preventing maintenance all the time. When a truck comes home, look at everything. Preventive maintenance, you need to look at your axle, your auto electric. You need to check your truck properly. Though breakdown comes, you know, when you were small, when they speak of truck, we always think of breakdown. I'll tell you, I run my business, it's 95% and no breakdown. Because I weigh overall like this myself and go check. I train my driver to be responsible because I remind them every day, if you don't do well here, we are all not going to get bread to take home. So we both need to be responsible. So that is one of the challenges. You got problem with the licensing, for instance, when you cross the border. Here in South Africa, you found that when your disc has expired, 21 days grace period, but it's not applied in Zambia. It's not applied in Congo, in Botswana. So your truck is pounded, and you need to pay a fine for that. Because, see, it becomes an issue between country and country. Our politicians need to sit down and make something common. You got security risk. When we transport stuff from South Africa to Kolwezi or the Copper Belt in Ndola, Kitwe, we transport stuff with no issue most of the time. But we use what you call good in transit insurance to secure the good. It's a risk. Sometimes drivers, when they get out of your yard, with the money you give them in the pocket, they go to a shebeen, they drink, and carrying the 1 million goods that then involve in an accident. If you're not insured, you're in trouble. So you need to check. We also have constant monitoring on our truck to track our devices. So use Netstar. I'm not advertising for Netstar, but it's the one I use because it's a bit good when it comes to the SADC region. So you constant monitoring them. They stop. You will even know when you get used that this driver is taking people on the road when driving. So somebody must be there to monitor. Cross-border, when it comes to borders, what I do, the moment the client gives me invoices, I phone the agent. My team call the agent. We pre-clear. Each and every border, we pre-clear. Remember, we give them Coke so that our trucks, when they reach the border, they've got priority. Look, Iran, I will tell you, it's the norm. You run Johannesburg to Congo, you run it in 14 days. I will tell you I ran it in 5 days. And on the 8, 9 days, my truck is back in the yard because I work. I have gone through that route, remember? I spoke to everyone. So when they call, it's Mabaraka, the boss. So you do for me 1, 2, 3, you'll get your cold drink. So your truck comes, even when there's congestion, they will make sure you got a green light, you see? And you pay for that. At the end of the day, you see, it's speed. You have delivered good on time. The client trusts you, and you build up. So now, from those fast delivery, some client will come and says, man, I have 20 loads for DRC, and I want you to do it. Then I will pay you in advance. Sometimes you'll pay 4 million rand in your account. Imagine, to deliver. So what do? 1, 2 million, you buy a trailer, you buy a truck, you know. This is how you finance because you have built trust, a good relationship with your customer. They're able to come to you and say, no, you're the first guy, take our load, and you know, you do it like that. This is how I beat some of the challenges on the road. When it comes to health protocol, you make sure your drivers are taken to the doctor, and sometimes when they come back, take them to the clinic for checkup, because if they see you are caring about them, they will call you boss. It's fine. But a boss who doesn't sit in the office, who is always with them. So when you give them a task, they will make sure they are on it. They will not disappoint you. It's a road that comes with a lot of challenge. So if you don't think smart, you will have challenge that you will abandon your truck or your trailer in Botswana or in Congo, and imagine you need to go collect that trailer there with no money. a minimum pay trip from Johannesburg to Kolwezi with this market that is saturated. Some clients, I'll give you the figure. Some drivers, owner of trucks, will take 150, 60,000. But when you check the cost, it's your petrol, it's your tires that takes more. Petrol is almost 60%. Your tires, then you are left with almost, it's also 10%, 15% border issue. You are left with 10% or 5%. Now, a truck owner who is driving the truck alone will not mind. He will stay 2 months in the DRC, waiting for a return load. But imagine that 2 months. Maybe he's able to buy bread for home. But you as a big company or a small business, it becomes a challenge for you because salaries has to run every month. So challenge comes, the rates are now, almost, you run business for nothing. You have to wait for a load to come back out, to come out of the Congo only takes you 2 weeks at the border. Then is the third month. So in a month you will be like almost running at lost. So how do you do it? You go there, you speak to client yourself. So when they've got load, good client, they will pay you in advance. You plan your trips, you plan your return load. We normally come with copper. You plan your return load from Kolwezi, from Likasi, down to Durban. The risk is also high because you need to be escorted because copper, they steal it a lot. So when you always ahead of your planning, your things will run smoothly. It's a business that has a lot of money. And standing here, I will encourage you to join. Don't be afraid of that business. You see, maintenance is low when you do cross-border because your trucks run, no stop too much. No, they don't stop much. Local business, many stops, maintenance high. You understand? So get out of your comfort zone, wear this thing, and run. You will see within 2 to 3 years that you are doing business and get the right people. I'm always open to consulting, and I will advise you on how to do great in this business. I hope I touch most of the things. If you have questions, you are welcome. Yes, yes, thanks. Yes.
Can we please give him a round of applause? So we've got a gift for you. It's not cold drink. It's coming. This is not the cost of cold drink. Let's give him a round of applause for being very, very honest. I'm not sure if, just wait, we need to take, let me stand with you so that we take a proper picture. The photographers there. Thank you. Thank you for that very honest. Thank you. All right, before I give my remarks, the presentation is available if you need it, so you can always speak to the organizers. They will share his presentation. Let's give him a round of applause until he sits down. Thank you for that very honest presentation about how you have started your business and how you even know how to cost cold drink. I didn't want to tempt the people to ask you questions because I think that's one of the questions that they're going to ask and they don't want to seem like they are unethical. Thank you also for highlighting the importance of scenario planning. But what is also remarkable about your story is how you have started. You started so young in the industry and You can never replace experiential knowledge. And that is what you kept on highlighting within your presentation. It's the power and the importance of experiential knowledge and how you are utilizing that knowledge within your business. Other things that you highlighted, which I personally thought was important, was the power of self-funding. Knowing how to manage your costs and your finances in your business for you to self-fund. And you can stand here proudly and say, I bought my trucks, I own no bank. That is really profound. Another very important thing which I really think you highlighted, which is important, is that the power of fleet management. Making sure that you've got the right fleet manager, fleet controller to maintain your fleet and to look after your fleet. And lastly, the most important is paying your drivers. I'm the driver today and tomorrow, so just look after me. Ne? Are we together? You can cold drink as well. Jokes aside, but when you mentioned that, I thought to myself, it's unfortunate that the efficiencies of our continent has literally opened up a new business altogether called cold drink. And as much as we laugh about it, I often ask myself, how sustainable is it? How we have normalized certain things within various industries, and oftentimes it is so normal that people do not think about building businesses in an ethical way, or even having the right technical knowledge of a business. They just think they can pay themselves through it. And with this industry, what I've learned is that you can't really pay yourself through it. You have to learn a lot about what happens. The second presentation, it's going to be two presentations. First is contract pricing and risk management. So we're going to talk on contract pricing. I belong in various WhatsApp groups with transporters, and they are always going on about rates. This rate is high, this rate is low. You're taking that rate, et cetera, and what it is that you finally pick up is how people don't know how to calculate their CPK. How a lot of people are in this industry, but they really don't know how to differentiate between your fixed costs and your variables. And that is also part of what is going to be discussed. And also, I hope you can touch on another elephant, which is brokers and being subcontracted, and how you can, especially as a small player, completely be, what's the right word, blindsided by how contracts are priced. And then the second one is going to be Megan, that's going to talk about insurance. Very important. I think insurance speaks broadly, which is what our previous speaker just spoke about, business continuity. Without having the right insurance covers, you are just literally cutting yourself out of the business. And what I found out, because I did a podcast on insurance and spoke to insurance brokers, is close to 44% of SMEs don't have the correct insurance covers. Speaking to what the other previous speakers talked about, for instance, let's say you're not registered in the bargaining council. Everything that you're deciding to do, that you're cutting corners, you are literally affecting the industry at large. So if you're not well insured, and if you do not make sure that you even understand risk mitigation, risk management, business continuity within this space, you are affecting the industry at large, because chances are you won't pay your drivers well. With that, I'm going to ask that we call our first speaker, Ntate Tsidiso, who's going to talk about contract pricing. He's a senior executive and pricing strategist, Fleet Horizon Solution. I have learned so much from him today. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be standing before you just to share a few insights with you. I was never missed by anything, as you can see. Yeah, I just had to to work hard, very invisible. So really, how do you follow? Yeah. How do you follow that? Yeah, my daughters always laugh to say, you don't even have friends. But ladies and gentlemen, I started in logistics and fleet industry in 1994. And my role at that time was to do mergers and acquisitions of businesses. So I primarily bought businesses which were in the industry, usually struggling businesses, nurse them back to health, make them viable, and then continuing to grow them, excuse me, until a point where we built a company that we could list that currently it grosses about 68 billion rands per annum. And one of the best performing companies in the stock exchange. Fleet Horizon, I'm a consultant there. I started them pretty much like some of you. I incubated them as an executive where I was, and then helped them over the last 12 years to be where they are at. They are now just shy of about 1 billion rands now, not listed. And there are 3 other companies, 2 of which are also over 1 billion rands. Now, the lessons that I learned throughout that whole trip started when I decided to start incubating companies, was when I saw a disaster in my life where one of the biggest business black formations in South Africa got a group of entrepreneurs together and saying, we will use our balance sheet for you to go and buy trucks, do business with one of the SOEs, and then so we can participate in this whole business. Needless to say, in under a year, we had to repossess over 100 trucks. And almost all those entrepreneurs lost houses because they used them as security in those transactions. It was at that time that we then started to look at every single contract that anybody who walks through the door brings, to help them to navigate the hurdles within those contracts, but also to know how to price those contracts. So which means the fallacy of market rates in my books does not exist, because it's an artificial rate. There's nothing like a market rate. The question will always be, what are your SLAs that you are contracting to, and what is your cost of doing business? That is the most important number that you look at, and whether you have the capability to fulfill that contract. And so if you cannot bring those together, then you will almost definitely end up in a shipwreck. So I don't know if they can move the slides. I just want to run through this in about 10 minutes. So just high level, the things we'll be talking about is going to be your cost visibility. I really like Sir Mr. Valtech. He knew his cost drivers. If you do not know your cost drivers, even with absolute passion, you will end up in a shipwreck. And so those are some of the things at a very high level I would love us to have a look at. We will look at the different pricing models, which sometimes they become fashionable, like social media, or they become things that people just talk about without really understanding what these price models are. The different risk clauses that you have to be very aware of. What are you getting yourself into? What are you signing? Doesn't matter whether is it Eskom or Coca-Cola or whoever. It is about your survival, or what you will ultimately do. You will end up subsidizing their businesses at your own cost. And then we will just try to have a look at the action plans. If we can move on, sir. We heard that about plus 80% of our road transport is happening in the country. But within SADC, there's a lot of road transport. When you go to Tanzania, when you go all the way from Egypt, then skip the Sahara and come all the way down, there are a lot of trucks. They are everywhere. Good ones, bad ones, ugly ones, really clapped out ones, but everywhere it is just a truck. Weirdest nightmares, you will see them at like Mombasa Harbor. You have never seen anything like that. And these trucks are everywhere. But just in SADC, about 70% of our road transport happens right here, with a lot of nightmares, as the last speaker has spoken about. But now with all that activity, without even exaggerating, all the way from Cairo into South Africa, you find passionate people running contracts that they don't even understand. And not only the contracts, running contracts, and they don't even know what the input costs are. And they don't even know how to go about saying, this is my cost. Two of the major costs that the people understand is that I must pay the lease costs or financing costs or the rental costs, and then I must pay my salaries as and when I have the money. And then I must pay for my fuel, and if the truck is below a Euro 3, I can even top it up with paraffin. And that is what happens out there. But it is not sustainable, and that is why the Schlumberger report of 2019 stated that Africa is not ready to run any or to implement any major logistic contract as a whole. Because yes, we have trucks, but they are not regarded as trucks, from a global point of view. From a margin point of view, if you ask the majority of truckers or logistic operators what are their margins, they do not know, because their debtors and creditors' ages and their payment cycles are so convoluted that they don't even know how much money they are making. And most definitely, it's always a loss versus a profit. But when you really get a chance to clean it out, it is south of 10%. Oh, is this mine, boss? The green one. I told you I was not Mr. Anything. Thank you, Chief. And then where do I point it? Where's the, oh, I just press it. Thank you. Now, the pain points. As micro, small, medium enterprises, our biggest pain points are that we are price takers. We do not have bargaining power. And we are price takers, and these prices are set by big enterprises. I used to sit down managing a fleet of over 5,000 trucks. And I used to know that if you can do business at a rate of 2,500 an hour, I used to know that I can do it for about 800 because of my buying power. But not only that, I used to put the contract terms to the client, and I was not a contract term taker because of that bargaining power, and I acted like I will not negotiate. I used to be in a position where I could buy any OEM stock for a year or two completely, and then force them to give me buyback guarantees. So I used to run my trucks on average no more than 50 cents, per kilometer. So now when you look at that, and then I have to compete with Turbo out there, who has just financed a truck and is paying 70,000 rands per month for that truck, and I'm paying 32,000 rands per month for that same truck. He is paying 9,000 rands for a tire, and I am paying about 4,000 rands for a tire. He is renting a yard, and I'm fully capitalized. And then somebody comes and say, but your costs are too high, they're not market related. What does that mean? And that is the challenge, that without understanding your own costs and the people you are competing with, that is what has led many of the SMMEs through a shipwreck path. And these are the things that you have to understand, that even if it costs you 5,000 rands to get somebody to have a look at the contract that you are signing, it is far, 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 far cheaper than what you will end up with if you do not have to do it. Our SMMEs don't even know how to negotiate the scope of the contract. There's a continuous scope creep. They just call him, listen, no, don't go there today. You are going there. And there's no chance to sit down to say, oh, but have you seen that road? Have you seen the topography of that road? My truck, is like a sub 400 horsepower. I mean, I can't pick that thing up. They don't even understand the difference. And those are the challenges because they negotiate on tons, cost per ton. And there are so many hybrid models that, like, you need to know your cost per hour, your cost per kilometer before you can get to your cost per ton, so that you can know that for every 2 hours or 3 hours or 12 hours or 2 days you've spent on the road, what is the opportunity lost or cost? Because you have got fixed cost that, like, will always be there. And clients that we really worship so much, to be honest, they don't care. They only care about their bottom line. And that is that unclear scope and that, like, scope creep. Now, being the most vulnerable group, we have the worst payment terms. These guys, they get paid once, like, the POD arrives with them. And some of them, from experience, we get paid before we even dispatch. But then you pay the most vulnerable operator 60 days later. And that is why sometimes businesses fail for multiple reasons, but the most important one of them also, it is the cash flow that our SMMEs, MSME, do not really get to sit down, put their foot down, and negotiate, or even negotiate a partial payment before the engine actually starts. The border delays, one of the trips to Zambia, I calculated it at about 2,300 rands per hour. Now, if you are having such long delays, not only borders, there are multiple cycle times throughout your route. From loading, offloading, every hour you lose, you're losing the 2,500 rands odd per hour. Sometimes you even have to pay for additional accommodation. And now, even worse off, when you had planned, one of the speakers spoke here, when you had planned that I need to do 7 or 8 trips per month to break even, you might even have lost 2 to 3 days, so which means you're going to be owing the bank at the end of that month. That is the cost that if you do not sit down and push it back to the client or negotiate or meet each other halfway, it always lands with the most vulnerable operators who are MSMEs. And that is why the cost of negotiating certain things, the negotiable and the non-negotiable elements of a contract must be something that the two parties sit together, look at each other, and then they go through. I mean, maintenance costs, whether the dollar goes down and down and down, with a producer price index going up and up and up. And then sometimes you don't even know why sometimes they even go up 3 times per year. You know, the maintenance costs, even though the fuel is one of the biggest, but maintenance costs also depending on what you are transporting, how old is your truck, the condition of your routes, stop, go, extended idling, bad driver behavior, or just like incompetence from a driving point of view, gets that maintenance cost to creep up extensively. And so if you do not know your numbers and you don't know your cost drivers, these pain points, these are the ones that shut down many businesses. I will skip this. Pricing methodologies. Truth be told, the easiest, and sometimes depending on the complexity of the business, the safest is cost plus methodology. You get a good logistics guy to come in, look at your truck, what it is, how old it is, what are you transporting, what type of tires you have there. He gets you a good supporting infrastructure around it, and then he says to you, your cost of running this truck per kilometer or per hour is X. So then he does normal cost accounting. Your infrastructure cost is so much, all those things, and then your Range Rover costs you so much, and then how much profit do you want to make? You say, oh, well, I mean, if I have my Range Rover, maybe 8%, okay, plus 8%, plus contingency. I think your cost plus your markup, this is what you must go in with. Now, if that is not like ridiculously out, then that is usually the safest. But you don't even know what's happening, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow. But at the beginning, as you are learning the business, that can be the safest if you're not going to leave the country, because then there things change a lot. The one that buries your business is the fallacy of market-related rates. This is now where you need guts to walk away. You know, an entrepreneur, you know, from my experience, either they tell you, I will meet you outside of the gate. I don't like guys like you, you know, people like you, when you don't like people to do well. So we'll meet outside the gate. That has happened to me in Bloemfontein. We even had to call the police to come and escort us out of Bloemfontein. When I told people, this is a non-starter, it's not gonna happen, you're gonna lose everything. The people were so angry, genuinely so angry, the police came in, Standard Bank financed them, and within 3 months, they were repossessed and they lost everything. Because of when the agent came and say, this is what everybody else is coming in at. Or when somebody at the mine or wherever they are says, this is our price. Below this, we cannot do it. Now, sometimes you wonder, which idiot helped them to do this? You know, right now, I'm in an arbitration situation with an operator at the mine where one of the big 5 accounting firms and lawyers from Sentin and all those guys did all the numbers and then told the mine, whoever does this, these are the rates. Now, I wondered, how many of these guys have ever been in a bakkie and drove all the way to the DRC? You know, do they even know how long a 2-kilometer queue costs you per hour? You know, but not only that, they even told them, we spoke to experts, these are the trucks you must buy. The trucks were not even fit for purpose. And those trucks, with what was planned for them for a 60-month contract, within 8 months they were completely written off. Euro 5 trucks, in a, what do you call this? In a chrome mine. Now, if you know trucks, you know what I'm talking about. They were clapped completely. The thickness of the steel for their bins, wrong. But 32 tonners normal cold bins for chrome. So everything just went south. Their front end loaders, wrong spec. Big buckets. So if you don't understand the operation and we go to the experts who wear suits, you know, and they tell you this is where the market is at because KPMG or those guys from America, they are saying this. If your numbers do not speak to that, walk away. So now obviously the lesson is like you need to know your own numbers. Now if you don't know your own numbers, you need to find somebody, go to Gerard there. They've got a lot of literature where you can sit down and check and get to know the basics. But remember, every truck has a different behavior. Every operation has a different behavior. Every commodity is different. Every topography is different. Every road surface is different. So, but somehow you need to get somewhere and get to know your numbers before you walk in this thing and before you sign any contract because it's not going to work well. So the best all over it is just like to do that hybrid and get to have the information so that like you can be informed. Now, in a contract, there are escalation clauses, which whenever I look at the contract and it lacks escalation clauses, I already know that it comes from a subcontractor or an agency. Now, with all due respect to middlemen and agents, what they do, there's a primary contractor who has guaranteed loads and guaranteed work. And then, because of the SLA or the availability factor within the contract of the primary contractor, they will take a certain portion, maybe they need, let's say, 10 trucks, and then they will subcontract it to 100 subcontractor. And then the 100 subcontractors will run from door to door asking for quotations to rent trucks. And, but they take all the risk, like 100% of the risk. There's nothing the agency takes. And then what then tends to happen, if the truck breaks, there are 99 already waiting just to go in. And on the sheet of the subcontracting agreement, the guy did his numbers and that Range Rover is coming within 3 months. But then, when you look at these cycle times, if he gets a chance to carry a load, the guy is standing for 5 days. And then he does 1 or 2 trips per month. He's already in the red. He's underwater already. And so that is usually what happens. So what I had there, the fuel surcharge, there are certain escalations which are beyond an operator's control. And we should not be afraid to negotiate things which are beyond your control and things which are driven by macroeconomics. And so we need to look at people straight in the eye and say, listen here, this contract I am giving you, this price here, does not include the following, because as and when they happen, I'm going to do a direct pass-through to you. Not delayed, because I do not have a slush fund, as and when it happens. That is the one thing you can do. And in certain instances, I mean, we negotiate very successfully all the time for fuel to be paid upfront by the client to some of the smaller operators, so that like, at least they can be able to move and do certain things. And with certain routes where the client chooses the route, we get the client to take the insurances, their costs, because usually operators choose certain routes for different reasons. One, it is cheaper. Two, it has got less problems, and it makes him more money. The client just wants time, and they force you through dangerous routes or routes which are very punitive to your truck. When that happens and there are those deviations, they carry them fully. And so if you need to have the guts to do that. And currency escalations, every quarter, if the variance for me is more than 3%, I pass it through, and it is always part of my contract. I don't go back and negotiate. The contract is negotiated like that, and the contract was clear from the beginning. The one I want to talk about here is termination for convenience. It really, no matter how desperate you are, you cannot go into a contract like that. I mean, the guy just wakes up and then he says, I don't like you, or I don't have to explain to you, take your trucks and go. And 90% of some of the contracts that SMMEs bring to me, they have that. And they don't see anything wrong with it. No matter how much you try to show it to them, they believe, they really believe that no, for them, it's not going to happen. They can turn it around. And it always ends badly. And when I say always, I am not exaggerating. It always ends badly. They have financed a truck or they've rented a truck, and now they get terminated, and then nobody can use that truck. So that clause there, not only is it not a wise move, but also no financier will touch you with that clause in a contract. Because there must be some form of a collateral. If it is not the contract itself, well, if it is not your money, sometimes we can negotiate successfully with financiers to collateralize a well-negotiated contract where, you can, I have raised over R1 billion for people without even a balance sheet, but the contract was watertight. And that you can do. And so desperation doesn't help. Most of the contracts I negotiate with clients, they don't take me less than 5 months because I don't stand down. We are all here to make money. They want to make money. I want to make money. I will not take what gets shoved down my throat. So, and that is the attitude that sometimes we must have. I know some of you will say, yeah, but you have never done this. Oh, no, I have started 7 companies. And none of them has ever gone belly down. Because I don't walk in there begging. I walk in there as a partner. And if a guy is trying to pull the rug under my feet, I walk away. And in the same breath, you do not go and commit financially before you have a viable contract signed. And so these are the kind of things that I see there all the time that ruins small businesses, where small businesses are subsidizing and financing big businesses. And then things do not go well at all. Yeah, this we have spoken about. Yes, so those are just the takeaways in closing. Know your costs. I cannot emphasize that. Obviously, in line with it, for you to know your costs very well, at least know your business. Just know it. Yeah, know what's happening, and also have some knowledge of the tools of trade you are using, like the vehicle that you are using, and then the contract must read like you are reading a children's book at grade 7. I am a lawyer, and the law of our country demands that if you go into a contract, you need to know what it is saying. And it is a lie, lawyers like to speak big all the time. It is a lie to say that This is legal English. There's no legal English. You can even write it in isiXhosa, but it must make sense to you. And if you don't understand it, and if you are reading it, you don't understand it, do not sign it. Because that is what that second point is saying here. Price for volatility is all those things which you have no control over, and do not negotiate around those. I know the insurance speaker is coming. Contingencies must also be part of your pricing in there. To say insurance is expensive, yes, it's a grudge buy, but man, it's expensive to not have it. You know, yeah, it can really, really ruin you. Leverage technology, there are a lot of speakers who spoke about telemetry. It is no longer a nice to buy. It is part of the tools of trade, because you need information at the right time so that you can be able to make the right decision. Telemetry, I mean, the most expensive, even if it costs you 30,000 rands to fully rig your vehicle, the cost it saves long term, it's incomparable. And then, yes, please avoid desperate pricing. That's all I can say. And thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much.
Can we please get the gift for him? Please give him another round of applause. That was absolutely brilliant. Abu Titidiso.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Contract Pricing, please come to the front, sir, here. Yes. Where's my camera person? There we go. We are at a graduation. Are we done? I'm thinking about my closing remarks. So here's your phone. Okay, I'll bring it to him. Wow, that was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It doesn't mean that the other speakers were not brilliant, but that was absolutely brilliant. Very, very simple to understand and spoke directly to the issues that we have. Recently, we're having a conversation around economics, and somebody rightfully said that economics is about managing scarcity. And because we are constantly managing scarcity, desperation is the default of scarcity. And when he touched on run away from desperate pricing, we operate from a level of so much scarcity that we are not even aware when we are desperate. And that is costing us as entrepreneurs. I'm speaking like I've got a truck and I don't have a truck. But the point I'm trying to drive is it also speaks to the saturation of small players in the industry. There's just too many people, I'm being honest, with 1 or 2 trucks. Too many. It's saturated. And oftentimes, as a transporter, you can't say your unique value proposition to Florence with 2 trucks and in Tabiseng with 2 trucks is that I'll get you there right on time. You just have 2 trucks. And understanding that the industry is so saturated by small and medium players, and there is scarcity of the right contracts, it leads a lot of people in a position of desperation. And it's something that I really wish a lot of entrepreneurs in this space can step back and think about why you are in this industry, how you will potentially scale your business in this industry, because it's very saturated. And oftentimes we talk about opportunities, but for the small players, good contracts are very scarce. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Okay, with that, I am going to call Megan, who is a risk specialist, and also she's going to be sharing with us around insurance and managing risk. I said earlier that insurance equals business continuity. So please let us welcome Megan. Don't shoot her. They already said that insurance is very costly, but it's something that is very important for each and every transporter to have. Megan?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Program Director. So they've left the grudge purchase for last. You're welcome to fall asleep if you want to, but I do have some interesting things that I'd just like to mention. So I entered into the insurance industry 17 years ago at the age of 21, knowing absolutely nothing about insurance, and fell in love with transport. I've been doing this and evolving through the industry, seeing it from a different lens, which is bringing me to you today to try and change your minds about insurance. Think about it as something different than just a grudge purchase. So obviously the transport sector has evolved. We need the insurance industry to evolve as well, to become a partnership. What do I mean by this? I mean that your brokers and your insurers need to start understanding you as a transporter. What are your needs? What are your risks? Where do you need a partnership? Where do you need a friend, like Tyron said this morning? We want to make friends. We want to understand you. So with growth in the transport industry, as we've seen over the couple of years, there's a lot of complexity. Depreciating road infrastructure, overpopulation of vehicles, inefficiencies at border posts, I mean, what we've been talking about all day today. Strikes, 2021 taught us a lot about that. And additional challenges, maintenance, foreign drivers, drivers in general, and something that in the insurance industry, and like Fabrice and his Coke story, cross-border and costing to get your damaged vehicle back into South Africa. How do you do that without buying a Coke? So the South African rail infrastructure, we know, has got its challenges. It is failing, but there are plans in place, obviously, to start correcting this, which is taking some time. And as a result, our insurance companies are becoming a little bit more full of nonsense, sticky, and we don't like Coke that much. They're becoming a little bit more limited with their high-risk sectors, transport being one of them. So insurance companies are limiting the cover that they are giving to transporters. If you are transporting coal, sometimes your broker will say, "Ooh, that's a high risk." Do you know why? Are your brokers, are your insurance companies telling you why? Are we taking you through it and telling you exactly what's going on? A point, I don't know if many of you know, we had a very big increase in SASRIA a couple of years ago. SASRIA is going up again in October. I think the percentage is 35% on heavy commercial vehicles. So please be aware of that. I've done the calculation on a transporter, one of my own transporters that I insure, and it's about a 10 to 15,000 Rand per month increase on a 50 fleet truck company. So please be aware of that and keep that in mind. So I'll ask you the question, how do you all see insurance? Mr. Contract Pricing over there mentioned, we all see it as a grudge purchase, right? It's expensive. You only see your insurer or your broker when something goes wrong. You only see them when there's a claim. And then it ends up being a fight. Someone was mentioning that you always have to fight with your insurer. Fabrice was talking about GIT insurance. If you're not getting your goods in transit insurance correct, you've got this thought, are they going to pay? So what happens if I tell you we can change that view? We can be seen as partners. Transporters will have more interactive relationship with their insurer. Insurer doing more for them, bringing in together risk management, security, information on different events, different route mapping, topography, like Mr. Contract was talking about, all these different things. What if your insurer could help you and be your partner in all of this? This is just a couple of snapshots of a dashboard where it's integrated into your insurance product. It comes with your insurer. Now, the company that I work for, Garin Group, we're based in Houghton, and we've got quite good relationships with a lot of our insurers, where our insurers are saying, and I'll give you an example, of a fuel tanker worth 7 million rand as a combination on its own. Brand new truck, brand new tanker, and 1 million rands worth of load in the back. This individual's vehicle got stuck just before a riot. Now, we all know what's going to happen with a tanker when it starts burning. It's going to be fun, right? And then we get phoned at 12 o'clock at night to sort out the problem. But that's a 7 million rand problem. What if your insurer paid to secure that vehicle, to not have a 7 million rand problem? What if your insurer said, I will be your partner, I'll be your friend, and I'll have a relationship with you. If I help you mitigate loss, and we sit down and we understand this together, we do risk management, we coach our drivers, we teach them about environmental impairment and liabilities that we all sit with, even when we go cross-border. Yes, it's regulated in South Africa. Environmental liability insurance is regulated. But what are we doing about it cross-border? Has it been regulated cross-border yet? Some countries, yes. Some, no. How are we fixing that? What are we doing when that fuel tanker or that oil tanker crashes in the river and pollutes that whole river? Who's there to help us? So, what does a partnership with a broker and an insurer look like for a transporter? Reduced downtime, lower long-term insurance costs, safer drivers and assets, improved operational efficiency, and stronger client relationship for the transporter. If you take this is just a real-world example that I dealt with a while ago. A large logistics operator with a fleet of 500 trucks reduced his accident-related downtime by 23% just by integrating risk management and understanding and mitigating his loss and becoming a partner with his insurer and his broker. I know we always get seen like the bad people and we never pay claims, but we don't want to do that anymore, okay, guys? So this is when risk management is seen as a partnership, and tools are used to grow the business, not a way to repudiate claims. When your insurer says to you, let me help you risk manage, that doesn't mean they're going to look at your data from your tracking device and go, ooh, your driver was speeding, I'm now going to repudiate your claim. They're not allowed to do that. It's not a way to threaten you. It's a way to help you understand and manage your costs. Security services, like I mentioned earlier. Medical services. How many drivers are stressed for the long hours they're driving? Maybe some transporters are still finding their feet and they're pushing their drivers, don't have enough drivers. The driver has a heart attack in a vehicle. How quickly are we getting the medical security services to them? If we can do that within 20 minutes, why not have a partner that can help you with that? Foreign drivers. Checking your drivers has become a very, very important thing for an insurance company now. Insurance companies are paying up to 7,500 rand just to check one foreign driver's license. I had a very big example. I had an insurance company going to repudiate 1 million rand claim for my client. The driver had a foreign driver's license which was not even registered to his own name. Now, if your insurance company says, hey, I see you favor or you have 50% foreign drivers and you've got 50% South African drivers, let me help you and I will pay towards checking your foreign drivers. Again, we're creating a partnership. We're creating a better way to see insurance. Right, so I think just to end it all, that's just who we are and where we come from. And I think the whole point of this is to bring insurance into the new reality, back to basic. Let's have that touch and feel before COVID I don't know, Teams meetings, nothing like that. Let's sit down and talk and have the hard conversations. Let's create a partnership with insurance and our transporters. Thanks.
Let's give Megan a round of applause. Please come get your... I did say I wanted to stop my truck at 4:30, and then they said, don't speed. And she just, please come on stage and let's take a picture.
Thank you so much. They say in mechanics, vehicle is always broken, insurers always speed.
Thank you so much. I encourage you all to make sure that even today, when we are having a couple of drinks, and also tomorrow, you do reach out to Megan and Abuti Tsidiso just to ask them further questions, because the content that they have is really brilliant. I believe you did not even break down all the different types of insurances that a transporter needs to know, and perhaps even the kind of packages people need to think about. So I really encourage you to reach out to them so that you may also just check what you have and what you need to have, and where you could possibly be cutting corners and you don't need to be cutting corners. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the closing remarks as driver Florence today of our conference. The Deputy Minister will be back tomorrow to do the closing remarks. And in the morning tomorrow, we're going to do an exercise about our resolutions, because what he would like to hear from us before he does his closing remarks is the resolutions of this conference. Do we agree that tomorrow will be fresh? You're going to think about what could potentially become a resolution. Are we in agreement? I think negotiating bargaining power is very important. It's one of the things I really think we need to think about. SMEs need bargaining power. So we'll hear from the minister tomorrow. There is a cocktail tonight event at 6 p.m. Are you all aware? At Blue Water Bay Hotel. So we'll meet at 6 p.m. For cocktail and for networking. I look forward to meeting you later on. Then we are back here again tomorrow morning. Please be on time. At 8, we will start registrations, but we'll start at 9 o'clock. That's when I will open the conference tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So let me just take you through briefly what we've managed to do today before I call on one of the C-BRTA's board members, Mr. Nwabisi, to do the closing remarks. I am doing the closing remarks as well, English. So, ladies and gentlemen, we made a decision. This is what we did today. We made a decision to be in the business of cross-border and to explore the industry. We then got onto the road and we did our safety protocols, though we did them late, but they are important. We then moved our truck and we received a lot of motivation from the government that go from South Africa to Africa. Start small, but think big. We then got back into the road and we joined Lebo & Co, and they gave us another big opportunity. As we took this opportunity, we brought in another truck. As we were moving, we found ourselves at the borders and we realized congestion is a problem. Regulations are problems. But SARS might have a solution for us. We then considered SARS. Then we got back, we are heading to Mr. Valtech. We are going to DRC. As we are heading to DRC, we call Mr. Valtech, my guy, cold drink is a problem. How do you negotiate cold drink in DRC? And like Mr. Valtech, he called the people for us. So we crossed over. Thank you, Mr. Valtech. Then as we headed, we are now in DRC. We didn't do the right cost pricing. oh, shucks, our insurance is not correct. And now we are finding ourselves in DRC. And tomorrow we will see how we move from DRC with the problems that we have encountered, a poor contract we've negotiated with desperate pricing. SASIRA is going up. We don't even know what it's called in DRC. And we are in DRC. And that is what we have managed to cover today. So tomorrow we start in DRC. We've been told, and not only told, as we explore in DRC, there's no SASOL, there's no Pick and Pay. We are stuck in DRC. So with that, we'll pick it up from DRC as I call our board member that's going to do our closing remarks. From me, Florence, I will see you tomorrow. As your driver, it's important I rest in DRC because fatigue equals accidents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. Colleagues, that brings us to the end of today's program. My name is Monwabisi Andile Kolanisi, and I'm the board member. The person who was supposed to do the closing remarks is Advocate Sonwabile Mangotjo. But he had an emergency that he had to attend to. So he then instructed me to do the closing remarks. So you can imagine that you cannot refuse the lawful instruction from your boss. So as a board member, I think what he said I should share with you is that at the beginning he outlined the purpose of this conference. And I think with that summary from Florence, as the board members, we've got a degree of comfort that at least we have been able to achieve the purpose of the conference, but also respond to the expectations that were raised by operators earlier on. In conceptualizing the conference, of course, informed by the philosophical approach that says the thing is and the thing is not, but in a state of becoming. That is the philosophical understanding that then led us to develop a concept document, because we understood that since '94 we have been in this trajectory of transforming our society. And the legislative mandate that we are given as the board is to make sure that there is a seamless movement of services and goods across the borders. And therefore it is our responsibility to make sure that we contribute to this broader transformation agenda of the country. Statistics were shared earlier on about the participation of people with disabilities in the industry, women and young people. And I think it is our responsibility as the board, together with the executive of C-BRTA, to make sure that we contribute significantly in making sure that we level the playing field. But I think the discussions today were centered more about us understanding the value chain, us understanding the distribution networks, but also the opportunities that get presented by the developments on a daily basis. And we think that the conference also was anchored by our partnership with KUHA, because we have an MOU with KUHA to make sure that in our discharging this responsibility of ensuring that there is a seamless movement of goods across the borders, we also have partners who are going to carry through this responsibility with us. But also in identifying the stakeholders that would be participating in the conference itself, we thought prudent that for starters, let's focus on the trucking operators. I know Florence said that we did not invite the taxi and the tourism sector because our view is that at least they are transformed. But I think in our next conference, we are going to invite them so that they can also share their own experiences on how the industry transformed and what lessons can we learn from them to make sure that we are in par with them. But I don't think we need to take that example from Fabrice of a cold drink because I think we need to do our business ethically and make sure that we follow the rules that are prescribed in the country. So Fabrice, whilst we accept the difficulties that you experienced and you wanted to respond in those difficulties by navigating your spaces, but I think that one we can park for now because it has some serious challenges. But as a board also, we thought that in executing our oversight responsibility, we can't be talking about something that we don't understand. So like Fabrice, we undertook a road trip. We went to all the corridors, Libombo, TKC, and recently we were coming from the north-south. We started in Gaborone, went through to Francistown, and joined the Kazungula bridge into Livingston, drove to Lusaka, Ndola, Kitwe, into Kasumbalesa. So we've got a lived experience as the board. So even when the executive come and present reports, when those reports are presented, we know that they are talking about something that we have experienced, something that we have seen. When they talk about congestion, when they talk about the conditions of the infrastructure, the road, lack of ablution facilities, and so on, the congestion on the road, and so on and so forth. So those are the things that we have seen and we have experienced through these road trips that we undertook. And there was an appreciation from all the board members that indeed this is an industry that is faced with certain challenges and we need to respond with speed in ensuring that we attend to those challenges. Hence the conference that we have convened so that together we can be able to say these are the challenges as identified, but let's respond to them. We should not behave like political parties who would go in every electoral cycle asking people the same question. What are your problems? What are your problems? But you asked us 5 years ago what are our problems, and we told you what were our problems. But you are coming back again 5 years down the line, you're still asking us the same question. And I think the DM was saying we should move away from that mindset. We know the challenges. The issue for us now is how do we respond to those challenges to make sure that there is this seamless movement of goods and services across the borders. But also we are able to move people from small and to big, like the DM was saying. So let's thank the program director. I think you have been able to marshal us quite diligently since in the morning. And I think, like I say, as representing also the feelings of all board members, that we do have a degree of comfort that based on the objectives that we've defined, we were able to achieve them today. And thanks our partners, SARS, Megan, I know you were given the last slot. It was not intentional. We're trying to manage our program. Voice, Fabrice, and everyone. I'm not going to repeat because I know at some point I was requested to do a vote of thanks, and my former CEO said, hey, don't give Andile because he would even thank the people that are moving on the streets. So I know between now and the cocktail, yeah, so thank you very much, all of you. I think tomorrow we will be able to have the same productive day as today. And let's enjoy the cocktail. But like the DM was saying, in that cocktail, let's try and mingle, let's network, get to know each other. But in that mingling and getting to know each other, let's respond to this challenge that we have identified as C-BRTA and KUGA. So thank you very much, all of you. The meeting is adjourned for today.